I'm I'm watching Kennedy's, what is this called? Faces Senate confirmation hearing. So we've had two now invasion beings interrupt the entire process. But other than that, what's going on is one of the senators is, or whatever they call themselves, is saying that Kennedy lied, saying that he's pro-vaccine, but now saying he's not pro-vaccine. And he's saying that's not entirely true. So I feel the same exact way. When it comes to vaccine, I'm pro-vaccine, but I'm also for free will. So I'm not going to force anyone. I wouldn't recommend anyone be forced ever to endure something they don't choose, to participate in. So, as far as vaccines go, it works for some, and then you get to choose, am I a part of that some that it works for? I'm pretty sure I shared 2 accounts back that it's not going to be safe for the elderly because I know how vaccines work, I know how they're made, and viruses, and then it's not going to work for babies because they don't have a very strong immune system yet. Same with the other one, there's not very strong. So the statistics in Japan happen to prove that three planetary rotations later. And this is exactly what he's saying. He's saying vaccines are not safe for the public to, I can't remember how he exactly worded it, but let's just say vaccines are not safe. That's an accurate way to speak because for people out there, vaccines are not safe. For alive beings, for these babies and infants and elderly, for beings with immune deficiencies and other ailments, possibly being sick, even in the age group where it is recommended to get the vaccine, you might be sick with the flu, or you might be sick with the virus and a flu, and then you go and get the vaccine with a weakened immune system, and it can result in death. So, no, vaccines are not always safe for anyone, and that's an accurate way to speak. That you don't have to say always. Vaccines are not safe. I can also say vaccines are safe. It's, both of them are true in their own way. I'm allowed to speak however the fuck I want to speak. But this guy's getting all fucking screaming, yelling. You lied on the so you either lied on the podcast or you're lying now. No, this is, I don't have to say always. Vaccines are not safe. Vaccines are safe.
There were 7 measles outbreaks in the 13 years prior to my arrival. I just would like to get my time back. The nominee wrote a book saying that people had been misled into believing that measles is a deadly disease. He's trying now to play down his role in Samoa. That's not what the parents
measles
say. That's not what Governor
could likely be a deadly disease, like I just said. If you contract multiple things at one time and you have a weakened immune system, the measles could be what distracted your white blood cells and your immune system from being able to eliminate a flu or a virus. So the measles killed you. Or if you're getting lack of appetite, anything like that. I mean, they don't. I guarantee you, this guy does not even fucking know all the aspects of what measles does to the immune system, and he's sitting here getting fucking pissed off about something that someone else studied. Didn't do his own research, of course. He pulled up someone else's research and he calls, well, here's my research. It's like, now that's called Google.
Disagree with anything I say, and then address those things you disagree with. I'll make sure I save time for you to do that. A key responsibility of each member of Congress is oversight. Oversight allows us to hold bureaucrats accountable to the rule of law, and it helps keep faith with taxpayers. I expect HHS to provide timely and complete responses to congressional oversight. Number 2, PBMs.
And then to be interrupted twice by invasion beings. Mexico is the most obese country on the planet, and we're currently being invaded by Mexicans. There's 20 million beings here that are invasion beings. So, one, they need to get up because they're throwing off the goddamn stats. But two, food will become more available, which it needs to be more available, and therefore more affordable, and likely have some healthier options therefore available because things are more affordable. And then also medication, regarding medication, some fucking Mexican should not be getting USA medication for their diabetic whatever planetary orbits you've existed around the sun. I don't care. You shouldn't be getting USA fucking medication. You can go back to your own fucking location and invent that yourselves. You can go build your own fucking factory and crop your own crops out. You know what I'm saying? So here it needs to be focused on the offsprings that are alive here, the parental producers that are alive here. And all this stuff will exponentially, I believe, fix the health issue in the USA, along with provide accurate statistics.
In our meeting earlier this month, we talked at length about agriculture.
Could have been some invasion being that has never had a vaccine in their fucking life, and then they go and get COVID. Now they're throwing off the fucking stats. You know, all these fucking things that people don't really consider.
For the most part, that's USDA.
But we have to rely on what's being obtained, and they wanted to call them Americans. They wanted to call them USA citizen civilians, so now they're thrown into the stat, and no one fucking knows.
They provide information regarding conflicts of interest on the Dietary Guideline Advisory Committee to increase transparency. I expect you to provide Congress with confidential financial disclosures from the advisory committee before finalizing dietary guidelines, so we know that nobody has a vested interest in it, is having undue.
And then he's saying,
lastly,
nutritional food needs to be provided at the
last year, I expanded my investigation into
public servant
HHS's
education concentration camp locations. That they're not feeding them properly there. There's processed foods. It's not hitting all the nutrient marks on the fucking nutrition scale. And also, it's not available for everybody at the location. But everybody needs to somehow learn. So, food is energy. Food should be available for everybody, and it should be all aspects of the food plate, food pyramid, combination of both, whatever you want to, whatever your theory is, it should be available for them. And then if they want to bring something that's not available, then go ahead and bring it. But people should have the option to hit all their fucking nutrient marks at these locations for their, I believe it's only lunch and sometimes breakfast. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure it's mostly lunch.
You got 45 seconds to respond.
It should be breakfast too, though.
I agree with all of those.
I want food assistance for everybody in the fucking USA. We shouldn't be working to survive. You know, forcing ourselves to slave ourselves out just because we want food to continue living. That should be provided to the population through the thieved earnings that they thieve from us, not murdering someone's citizen civilian out in fucking Russia or out in fucking wherever, Palestine. What we need is energy. Food is energy, and everyone deserves to continue survival. So, regardless of income, we should all be having our food assistance card, whatever they want to call it, or make it free at the fucking stores. That's the real goal. But the stepping stone would be get everyone a card, and then I even think lunch breaks should be paid for. Because right now, at the moment, I think 30 minutes is not paid for. And I think that needs to change. And it doesn't have to be the private sector that comes through. Maybe that's a another situation where the thieved earnings come in.
That's actually the responsibility of HHS, the Office of Resettlement Relocation. Under the previous administration, as Senator Grassley
Is lunch
noted,
being counted in Social Security?
500,000
That's another
children,
aspect. That should have been
unaccompanied
counted.
minors that were placed with sponsors
If you're not at your
in
home,
the
you're fucking
interior
working.
of the United States.
And if you're
The previous
obligated to go back to
administration
work,
took
then I'd
the
say you're still
position that
working.
it was not the federal government's responsibility once these children
You go home,
were
take a
placed
shit.
with
Oh, that's not
these
working. It's like,
sponsors.
bullshit, dude.
But the New York Times and a series of investigative stories pointed out that
I had to hold
tens of
this out
thousands
to
of
this
these
moment.
children
And same with lunch. I had to
they
hold
tried
this
to
hunger out
follow
to
up
this moment
and find out how they were
to
doing,
continue
whether they
working
could
without
go to school,
interruption.
whether they
So
were being
yes, it is
trafficked
fucking
or
work.
abused. There was no answer, and they took the position that was
I
not
want
their
tax
responsibility.
removed from
So I
sodas.
look forward
That
to
needs to
working
be,
with
I want
you,
tax removed from
to
everything.
find those children and
Anything
make sure
fucking
that
food,
they're not
anything
being
medication.
abused.
Nicotine is medication. Should be no tax on
Millions of
nicotine or
Americans
tobacco.
are experiencing
Tobacco is a fucking
mild
leaf.
to moderate
I'm sure you can eat
mental
it.
health and substance abuse issues
Just because we
that
don't
need
eat it
struggle
doesn't mean
with
it's not
timely and
food.
effective
You can
access.
consume coffee beans
Primary care
because it's
physicians
literally
are
beans
most
ground
likely
up.
to be seeing these individuals as opposed to a specialist, and it makes it important that these individuals, primary care
So,
physicians, be trained in patient-centered care, which would strengthen the
yeah, leaves are
integration
food.
of behavioral health care with primary care services. Is this something that you are
But
concerned
like I
about?
said, we need
Something
the
you'd be
stepping
willing to
stones
work with
laid
us
because
on
knowledge
in
has
order
to
to
get out
implement?
there first. Food
Yes, Senator.
availability
Let me
has to
just
be
reassure you,
affordable and
President Trump
available.
has personally spoken
Then
to
we
me
go, okay, now let's remove
about
the tax
locating those
because
300,000 children
people
who
have the
disappeared over
option.
the last 5
Otherwise, right
years.
now,
I don't
soda's
think
still
anybody
cheap.
has a fully
So
accurate
everyone's going to
number,
hop
but
on the
it's
soda.
hundreds of thousands, I agree.
I like it
And
though.
many of them we know have been sex trafficked and childhood slavery, and it is a blight on America's moral authority, and we need to find those kids. In terms of addiction services and substance abuse services, this is a priority
We
for
want
me. It
people
was a
off the
priority for
fucking
me
meth,
when I was running
off
for
the
president
fentanyl.
during my campaign.
Let's
I
get
was a
them
heroin
attracted
addict
back
for
to
14
nicotine,
years
caffeine.
and 42
Remove the
years in
tax.
recovery.
We don't, I
And
mean, this can
12-step
happen
meetings
within
every day,
moments.
so I hear the stories every day, and I hear the many stories about denial
If we get rid of the
or
invasion
the
beings, all
barriers
food
to
prices
access
will
to care.
drop.
And we need to improve that. And answer specifically to your question, I think we can do that.
And then they
through
can go do
GME,
food out in their own country, farm out there.
which is a program that is funded by HHS, that is the largest funder for medical school students. And that's one of the things for primary care physicians should understand addiction care. Addicts almost always go through a cycle where there is a moment where they hit periodic bottoms where they're ready to go into treatment. But it's fleeting.
I have a question
and it's
about India,
momentary.
actually,
And
to
we have
that
opportunity
person
to save their
commenting.
lives.
Why is there apparently so many people in India, but for some reason the accounts don't have very many likes or anything or views? It's like, what's going on? I thought you guys had 1.3 billion people.
People receiving HIV treatment in Africa through the President's Emergency Plan
Crying
for
over
AIDS
what?
Relief, otherwise known as PEPFAR.
You are crying.
This is during the first Trump administration, from 13 million people to 18 million people
What's to
across
cry
50
about?
countries, primarily in Africa. Africa has about 1.3 billion people.
T-Series is
today,
out there.
in
They're pretty dope, but
2021. It's
yeah, I
projected
mean,
to
I'm
have
still subscribing to
2.5
accounts, and I'm
billion
like, where's all the
by
subscribers?
2050,
Where's all the likes? Where's all the
25% of
views?
the global
Do
population.
people not have phones out
In
there?
2020, PEPFAR
What the fuck's going on?
reported that 2.8 million babies were born without HIV. That was something that would not have happened but for the PEPFAR program. So
I'm
it's
not
simply
crying.
been one of the most successful public health programs in the
You're a
world,
child. I
and
said
saved
18 plus,
approximately 26
YouTube.
million lives. Failure
So
to continue
18
this
is child
program,
in
my
India.
view, would risk ceding that leadership to adversaries like China. And I'd like to know whether you support
I'm
the
offspring
objectives and
too.
goals of PEPFAR,
I'm offspring of my
and
founding
would you work
fathers
with me and my colleagues to make sure that this
of the
program
USA
continues to provide
who
life-saving
found the
antiviral
ideology
drugs
to live
people
freedom.
who are most in need. I absolutely support PEPFAR, and I will I will happily work with you to strengthen the program.
This is Team Moonshines.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for being here this morning. And I think that, Mr. Chairman, we are truly through the looking glass this morning here in the.
So it momentarily got into sex trafficking, human trafficking.
To fulfill a really
There's a lot of rape in
responsibility,
this is
decide
including
Mr.
all
Kennedy
planetary
to one of the
rotation
most
or
important
orbits around the
healthcare
sun.
jobs in America. And the reason I think it's so important is for many of the reasons you said in your opening statement, which is that
These
we
invasion
live in the
beings are
richest
raping
country in
and
the world, and we have some of the
all
worst
that just
health
adds to
outcomes
the
of any
overall
industrialized
health
country.
aspect of the
We
country,
live
the
in the richest
USA.
country in the world,
As far
and
as
we have some of the lowest
psychologically,
life
and then the
expectancy rates
psychiatry that
of
comes in, so
anybody
medication
in
involved,
the
therapy
industrialized
involved,
world. I was a
fucking
school superintendent before I was in this
possible
job,
surgeries
Mr.
involved,
Chairman,
and
and I can
fucking
tell you that Mr. Kennedy's
the
right,
overall
that
state of the mind
when I look at the
of
kids
the
in
being
different
enduring
public
the
schools,
trauma.
if we don't change
It
the way we eat in this country, 40% of them
it's the
are
opposite
going to
of what I would
suffer
describe
adult
as healthy.
onset
So
adult
I don't think it's
diabetes as a
healthy for
result
someone to get raped
of their diet. These are, and we're, as I said,
or sex
spend more
trafficked
than
or
any
sex
other country in
slaved,
the world,
whatever you want to
and
call
our
it,
families, every
slave labored
single
out.
person's constituents in this Senate are facing chronic shortages when it comes to health care. My friend from Texas, Senator Cornyn, has been a champion
How
on
is it
mental
going?
health
It's
care. We
going
have an
pretty good.
epidemic, as you know, across this
Listening to some
country
ole ole on
of
my
mental health care, partly
playlist
because
there.
of what the
Soccer's pretty big in those
the
different locations,
the
so that's pretty dope
massive
for
social
the
media
Bings going
platforms that are
back.
sitting
I know
behind the
they
president
fucking
of the
love
United
that
States
sport,
have
so
inflicted on our
now you
children
might
for their
become a
profit
professional
in
soccer
the
player.
last
Isn't that
decade or
dope?
so. So we have no shortage of challenges to confront, and I even agree with some of the diagnosis um, of of Mr. Kennedy. What is so disturbing to me is that out of 330 million Americans, we're being asked to put somebody in this job who has spent 50 years of his life not honoring
I'm
the
fucking tired
tradition
of
that
the
he talked
invasion.
about at the beginning of this conversation, but peddling in half truths, peddling in false statements, peddling in theories that, create doubt about whether or not things that we know are safe are unsafe. Not that every vaccine in America is unsafe, not that you can't possibly have a
How can you say a vaccine is safe when
and children in
all
my own
these,
school
when the
district and school
statistics are
districts
showing
across the country
otherwise?
would be better off not getting vaccinated
And this is
than getting
statistics of the dead
unlike
beings.
his own children who were vaccinated, unlike the people he invited to his house in Los Angeles for their
They had
party
to
who
die
were
in order for someone
vaccinated.
to
For everybody else,
prove to
it's not
them
peddling
what I
these
said was
half-truths, and he
true.
says it with such conviction that you want to believe him. And Mr.
And
Kennedy,
he still
I
can't
just
seem to accept the
absent,
fucking
there are many,
reality
many
that
things in the
vaccines
record,
do
but
kill
I
people.
hope that you could answer these questions, yes or no. I've tried to ask these in a manner that's
A
faithful
biologist
to
in
what you
Japan
actually
described it.
said.
I mean,
You
that's
didn't want to have
Japan,
debate
but
about whether you actually said them. So I'm asking you, yes or no, Mr. Kennedy. Did you say that
it
COVID-19
doesn't require
was a
government's permission to be
genetically
intelligent.
engineered bioweapon that targets black and white people, but spared Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people?
I didn't say it was deliberately targeted. I just quoted an NIH-funded and NIH published study.
Did you say that it targets black and white people but spared Ashkenazi
I
Jews?
quoted a study, Your Honor. I quoted an NIH study that showed
I'll
that
take that as a
certain
yes.
races
I have
are
to move on, Mr.
disproportionately.
I have to move on. Did you say that Lyme disease is highly likely a materially engineered bioweapon? I made sure I put in the highly likely. Did you say Lyme disease is a highly likely?
I wonder if this guy knows about
militarily
Plum Island.
engineered
Knows about
bioweapon?
Plum Island.
I probably did say that.
Did you say that?
And that's what the
Okay,
developer of
I
Lyme
want all
disease
of our
said.
colleagues to hear it, Mr. Kennedy. I want them to hear it. You said yes. Did you say that exposure
He said
to
probably.
pesticides causes children to become transgender?
No, I never said that.
Okay, I have the record that I'll give to the chairman, and he can make his judgment about what you said.
Pesticides can cause children to become
It's
transgender.
undeniable.
Well, when you have your
African-
hormones throw off,
African AIDS is an entirely different disease from Western AIDS. Yes or no, Mr. Kennedy?
I'm not sure if I may.
Okay, I'll give it to the chairman, Mr. Kennedy, and my final question. Did
if
you say on
pesticides throw off your
podcast,
hormone
and I
functioning,
quote,
the functioning
"I
of your
wouldn't give
thyroid
up
gland, your
abortion to the
pancreas,
states.
your liver, your
I
fucking
believe that we
brain,
should leave it
the
to the
chemicals in
woman.
your brain being
We
released,
shouldn't have the
then yeah, I would
government
say it could
involved,
possibly
even
lead to
if it's
someone
full term. Did
uh,
you say that, Mr.
producing
Kennedy?
more estrogen than testosterone and identifying as
Did you say it,
a,
Mr. Kennedy?
a variant digestive
It
tract.
matters. It doesn't matter what you come here and say that isn't true, that's not reflective of what you really believe.
You're only allowed to be, I mean, there's only two digestive tracts, so identify with whatever digestive tract you have.
Life and death for the kids that I used
But
to
beings
work
with
for in the
one
different
digestive
public schools
tract
and for
can,
families
in
all over
fact,
this
endure
country
hormone
that are
adjustment,
suffering
as
from living in the
higher
richest
production of
country in the world.
estrogen,
They can't
and then go,
deliver
hey, you know what, I
basic
want
health
surgery.
care and basic mental health care to them. It's too important.
But
for
just
the
because
kids
you're in that
do it
phenomena
today,
doesn't mean you're now
Mr.
magically
Kennedy.
another fucking
And I
gender.
hope my colleague
Is your marketing tech stack stuck in the past?
But to speak how they were speaking, that's what we're talking about.
I have no influence over
Transgender
them. I
means
hope my
someone
colleagues
is
will
in
say
that
to the
process of, hey, let me get
Out of
surgery.
330 million Americans, we can do better than this. Thank you. We need to move on.
But it's not actually
Senator
gender,
Cassidy.
okay? So you guys can stop with that.
Mr. Kennedy, President Trump has sworn to protect Medicare. Republicans are
And then I can't believe they're using these private sector podcasts as evidence that he lied. It's like, isn't this a private sector fucking thing? So I have the right to speak and say whatever the fuck I want. It wasn't like he said something in a congressional hearing or something like that. So I don't know.
You know, I suppose my answer to that is to make sure that
We're allowed to lie. I'm allowed to be sarcastic. I'm allowed to tell half truths.
the care is integrated. I look forward to working.
Oh, that's fucking it. Real. I'm allowed to provide false information.
We take good care of people who are dual eligible. And how would we?
I'm allowed to talk in reverse.
We integrate those programs. Does Medicare pay more? Medicare pay less? Medicaid pay more? Medicaid pay less? How do we do that? Well, I'm not exactly sure because I'm not in there. I mean, it is difficult to integrate them because Medicare is under fee for service. It's paid
With
for
these
by,
invasion beings getting
employer taxes.
removed,
Medicaid is
energy prices will also drop,
has a
which will allow
paid for by
food
federal
and
government,
medication to be
and it's not
transported
fee
for a
service.
more
So,
affordable price. Everything's
I
gonna come
don't-
down.
I do not know the answer to that. I
And if
look
we start
forward
removing the
to,
fucking taxes,
exploring options with you.
that'll allow people to have their earnings, keep their earnings so they can go focus it on something else. Hopefully a healthy food.
Trump's priorities, but to improve outcomes. What thoughts do you have regarding Medicaid reform? Well, Medicaid is not working for Americans, and it's specifically not working for the target population. Most Americans, like myself, I'm on Medicare Advantage, and I'm very happy with it. Most people who are on Medicaid are not happy. The premiums are too high, the deductibles are too high, the networks are narrow, the best doctors will not accept it in the best hospitals. And particularly, Medicaid was originally designed for a target population, the poorest Americans. It's now been dramatically expanded. And the irony of the expansion is that the poorest Americans are now being robbed.
What's
Their
crazy
services
about
have dramatically
Medicare, Medi-Cal, Medicaid?
even though
You need transportation to get to the hospital. You need transportation to get to the doctor and the dentist's office. So they provided us with medical, but I don't have the ability to locate myself to that location. I don't have the ability to locate myself to a pharmacy, to a dentist's office. So I have to clean my own fucking teeth, an orthodontist, an eye doctor. They provide us with medical. I had to pay out of my own pocket for LASIK, but for some reason they'll continuously pay for glasses,
I mean, what we want
contacts, these
the
uncomfortable
ultimate
glasses
outcome,
and
I think, is
contacts.
to increase transparency, to increase
I had to pay for my own fucking
accountability,
nose job. Broken
and
nose,
to
deviated
transition
septum,
to
full
to a
on fucking nose
value-based
job.
system rather than a fee-based system,
So on
rather than a service-based
On
system.
Medicaid in particular, can you just kind of take those kind of general principles and apply it to the Medicaid program?
I listen. I think that there are many options with telemedicine, with AI right now, and there's including direct primary care systems. We're seeing that movement grow across the country. There's one of the largest providers.
So going back to Medicaid though, and speaking of these specific advances, what reforms are you proposing with these ideas vis-a-vis Medicaid?
Well, I don't have a broad proposal for dismantling the program.
Of course not saying that.
I think what we need to do is we need to experiment with pilot programs in each state. We need to keep our eye on the ultimate goal, which is value-based care, which is transparency, accountability, access.
And one more thing, going back to Medicare, you mentioned you're an MA. You mentioned earlier the Medicare fee for service. Do you have any kind of thoughts as to whether or not patients on fee for service should move into MA, or how should we handle that?
Whether patients
who are on Medicare fee for
and
service.
traditional Medicare,
Yes.
that's their choice right now. We have, I think, 32 million Americans.
They're so beyond
30 million
beyond the
Americans
step.
on
Let's
Medicare,
provide people
on
with
traditional
transportation.
Medicare.
There's no public
And
transit where I'm at.
34
No sidewalks.
34 on Medicare.
No bike
Advantage.
lanes.
Roughly half and half. And I think more people would rather be on Medicare Advantage because it offers very good services. But people can't afford it. It's much more expensive.
Are they
in
paying
answer to
for the
your first
transportation?
question,
There's Lyft and Uber
there are
sometimes.
all kinds of exciting things that we can be doing, including cooperatives, which President Trump has supported, including health savings accounts, which President Trump has supported.
Why can't they go,
All of
oh,
these
he's paying
things
for a
make people more
Lyft?
accountable for their
Okay.
own health.
Just like food assistance,
Cooperatives and the health savings accounts in the
pay
Medicare
for
and
it.
Medicaid?
Exactly. We try to increase those.
They always have the fucking
the use
ability
of those
to
direct
fund murder,
primary
though.
care to continue to transition into a value-based
These Nazi
program
militants are just siphoning that fucking
Americans don't.
that funding
Americans don't,
into
by and large,
Nazism.
do not like the Affordable Care Act. People are on it. They don't
Thieving
like Medicaid.
thieving our
They
private
like
sector
Medicare.
companies of their fucking
And
customer
they
base.
like private insurance. We need to listen to what people they would
These
prefer to be
invasion
on
beings
private
are
insurance.
enacting
Most Americans, if
laws
they
that
can
are from
afford
their
to
own
be,
fucking
will be
country
on private insurance.
through Nazism and Confederate
We need
ideology.
to figure out ways to improve care.
The
particularly
Confederate
for elderly,
ideology
for
being
veterans,
state
for
boundary
the poor
lines
in
don't
this
have to follow the
country.
USA Book of Law.
And Medicaid,
No,
the
that's
current
actually
laws
not
are doing.
true.
I would ask, any of the Democrats.
I'll let you decide if the USA one are
Do you
Confederates
think all
because
that money,
President Abraham
$900
Lincoln was
billion
the
that we're
final
spending
death
for
in Civil
Medicaid
War
every
One.
year has made Americans healthy? Do we think it's working for anybody?
Who feels
Are the
like
premiums low
you're
enough?
a winner if your fucking president dies, gets assassinated?
Move on. Senator Warner.
Well, I got to tell you, for literally hundreds of thousands of Virginians, Medicaid is what.
For hundreds of thousands, wow, we're talking about 330 million, but okay.
The new plan that was to be the basis of what Trump was going to do when repealing Obamacare. I would have thought by now we'd have seen it. I got to tell you, listen, Mr. Kennedy, I got questions. I appreciate our visit. I know you
Repeal Obamacare.
take your views seriously, and I don't reflexively vote. I voted for 4 of President Trump's nominees already. Got a lot of grief from folks on this panel. But I got to tell you, I saw an email that you put out Monday night, or your campaign.
Here's
your
another
funding-
private
fundraising
reference.
email. Your presidential campaign celebrated that the freeze on all new regulations, guidance, and announcements is a way to protect unelected bureaucrats from further undermining our health freedom. Then you ask your donors to help pay for your campaign debt. Did your campaign and you put out that
I don't think my campaign exists anymore.
All right,
So.
well, listen, I gotta tell you this. Somebody's out there soliciting money for it. Maybe you ought to find out who is. So the fact that you celebrate this freeze, do you think that was a good idea to put all of this on hold for 90 days? Funding and any kind of further work? NIH research?
As Chairman Crapo pointed out,
I'm not asking for, I love Mike Crapo. I'm asking you. You're up for a very, very important position.
as he pointed out, Senator, the portals that were closed were not closed as a result of the Trump
Let me just tell you, I'd like you to explain, excuse me, sir, I'd like you to explain to a domestic violence center in Richmond that's saying because of this freeze, they may have to close down, where those battered women to go. Or
May have
a
to.
nonprofit
So
out
let's
in
be
Snow Valley
psychic here,
saying
okay? Let's
that
assume the
freeze
worst.
is going to potentially
Potentially.
shut down their ability to operate. So I guess if you deny or don't know what your campaign's sending out, you don't know if you raised a lot of money Monday night.
I'm saying that the Trump administration.
You don't know if you raised a lot of money.
The Trump administration has made clear that it does not want to freeze benefits for any Americans under Medicaid or Medicare, and I do not want to dismantle Medicaid.
The freeze is affecting beyond Medicare and Social Security.
He said potentially and maybe. So that's his
own
own words.
You've said publicly you want to immediately get rid of 600 NIH workers on job one, on day one. When we had our meeting, you said you actually like to get rid of 2,200 people.
We'll see what happens when these invasion beings leave.
Which offices are you going to start cutting and riffing these 2,200 workers from?
Senator, there's 200 political appointees that are changed during every administration.
So if you got rid of those 200 political appointees, you're not going to replace them with your political appointees.
Well, President Biden this year changed 3,000 employees at HHS. 3,750
fuck.
at
You're
NIH.
2,200. What departments are you going to pick them from?
Well, the same as President Biden did when he changed 3,000 out.
Let me just, I'm down to a minute 30. The chairman's been generous with colleagues on both sides. I may have to go a couple minutes over. But let me just say, so let's just answer, this would be...
From wherever the fuck I want to, because you don't... Intelligence does not require government's permission.
Official in the United States in terms of HHS. Huge ramifications. And part of this job is to be the senior advisor to the president on health issues. So when we're looking at this purge and we're looking at laying off workers, when we're looking at potentially the president's illegal offer to try to buy out federal employees, which I would say to any federal employees, think twice. Has this individual in his business world ever fulfilled his contracts or obligations to any workers in the past? But if you are in this position, will you pledge that you will not fire federal employees who work on food safety, work on trying to preventing things like salmonella?
Senator, there are 91,000 employees.
So that I take that as that's a simple yes. I'm going to take that as a no. I take that as a no. Will you actually? We talked about
Salmonella.
protecting Americans.
Has anyone heard of? Has anyone gotten sick of that?
Will you commit not to fire anyone in the health arena who currently works on protecting Americans?
Or you think it's some fucking retard from bumfuck who the fuck knows where?
Not firing anybody who's doing their job.
Based on your opinion? Based upon your opinion or your political agenda or Mr. Trump's political agenda?
Based upon my opinion.
I guess that means a lot of the folks who've had any type of views on vaccines will be out of work. Will you freeze grant funding for community health centers?
And he said, I guess.
Freeze federal funds for community health centers, the way the current administration is doing.
The White House has made clear that no funds are going to be denied to any American for benefits. Listen, any program.
Do you know what happens at community health centers? Those are direct.
Are you talking about the Indian health centers?
No, I'm talking about community health centers across the country.
I understand that.
So you're going to excuse Indian health centers, which is good, but others are not. They're going to get their funds frozen.
I strongly support community health centers, as does the president.
So does that mean you're not going to freeze the funding that is currently frozen?
The White House has made clear that none of that funding is supposed to be frozen.
He's not White House, buddy. He didn't fucking get the election votes.
We fund the federal government.
The judge blocked it out in Texas.
There's lots and lots of state programs that are related to healthcare that come from the federal government. They come down to the state, then it goes.
I thought he said that. Didn't he say that? I think he's getting confused here.
$1 at a time.
He thinks he's still
But they come
campaigning.
from federal funding. They are all
January 20,
even
it's
though they keep
January
changing the
29th
guidance
now.
on a minute-by-minute basis, based upon 9:45 or 10:30 or 10:45, whatever time it is today,
Right.
those funds are still
Yep.
frozen. Sir, I just honestly, I want to give you a fair shot, but I don't feel like you approach this job with the knowledge.
Whenever he answers back, he has another fucking question to throw his way. It's like, what sounds fair about that? Fucking 20 questions here.
Is a very disappointing answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
20 questions with response and then no fucking acknowledgement of the response. Just another question.
Follow-up calls to be able to go through. You and I have talked about 100 different issues and backgrounds and things. You've been able to address a lot of them today and just different questions to be able to clear up social.
Okay, so do any of y'all know anything about this free laptop program? One friend told me it's...
We talked about the nursing home rule the Biden administration put down. We talked about views on agriculture and commercial.
Keep
and
putting me
crop
seconds
agriculture.
behind here.
We talked about food issues, and you made it very, very clear. You're not going to tell Americans what to eat, but you do want Americans to know what they're eating. And I think that's a pretty fair perspective on
sodium right now.
I do want to talk to you about some areas that you and I have talked about as well. We have some
the
disagreements, you and I,
soups.
on the issue of life. And when life begins on that, you've been very outspoken on that. And we've had some good opportunities to be able to talk about that. Title 10 is specifically in the HHS area. This has been an area that has been interpreted for a long time. President Trump in the first administration interpreted that rule to say that his administration will prohibit the performance, referral for, or promotion of abortion as a part of the Title 10 program. That he made that very clear in the first administration. Obviously, that's his decision to make again on that, on how he wants to handle that. And he's made a lot of public statements on that.
When we say
The Biden
defund
administration
Nazism,
not only reversed that, not only
this is
rescinded
for the
that
whole
rule,
planet.
but they went one step the other.
Tobacco
direction.
comes from
My state of Oklahoma, as you and I have talked about,
native
the Biden administration cut off
Indian,
funding to the state of Oklahoma
what they call reservation
for AIDS
locations.
testing, for
So
breast cancer screening, and for other
let's
areas
defund
of
Nazism
poverty
and start
healthcare,
encouraging
because my state
tobacco and
wouldn't
nicotine, which would
promote
be,
abortion. It
and you're
wouldn't
not supposed to be
provide.
taxing
My state wouldn't promote abortion
Indian
in the
products
state.
anyways.
We got cut off.
I would say a
federal
tax
funds
on any
for
tobacco
AIDS
is a
testing
tax
and
on
other
Indian
things. My
product.
simple question to you is, how are you going to handle Title 10 on that? I saw how President Biden handled that in the punitive measures that came on my state for those that are in rural health care. How are you going to handle Title 10?
I'm going to support President Trump's policies on
Caffeine,
Title 10.
nicotine,
I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy. I agree with him that we
Medication.
cannot be a moral nation if we have 1.2 million abortions a year. I agree with him that
Caffeine
the
improves
states
hearing.
should control abortion. President Trump has told me that he wants to end late-term abortions, and he wants to protect conscious exemptions, and that he wants
caffeine
to
allows the cerebral
federal
spinal
funding for
fluid
abortions here
to
abroad.
replenish,
That's Title 10.
and
I
cerebral
serve
spinal fluid is
as the
required
budget
for the
president.
liquid
I'm
that's
gonna implement his
located
policies.
Thank you for
in
that.
your ear.
President Biden, when he came in,
And when you
immediately
hear
closed
sound,
down
it
the
vibrates the
civil
drum,
rights
which
and conscience
vibrates the
protections
liquid.
within
If you don't have
HHS.
liquid, you're not
There's
going
a
to be able to
statement that's
hear.
come out, recently
So
that is
you
gonna
need
reopen that
caffeine
office
to
again
replenish
be
your
able to protect
cerebral
the civil
spinal
rights
fluid,
of Americans. One of the things
especially
that
if you're
Javier
getting hit
Becerra
in the
did
head.
immediately when he
And then
came
now
into
you have
HHS
hearing.
was conscience
Isn't that
protections
magical?
for medical professionals that were being compelled against their conscience to perform medical procedures that violated
And I'm
their
sure
conscience.
nicotine does the same.
Javier Becerra stepped in immediately to HHS and
It's also appetite
and said,
suppressant.
no, the federal government will tell you what you believe about these issues. You don't have conscience protections anymore and refuse to protect those folks. Will you step in and say that healthcare individuals have the right of conscience again, as the federal law allows?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that occurs to me when you ask that question is what patient would want somebody doing a surgery on them that, believes that with the surgeries against their conscience being forced to perform that. I don't know anybody who would want to have a doctor performing a surgery that the doctor is morally opposed to. Listen, I came from a family that was split on life and choice. I have cousins today who believe that
abortion at any stage is equivalent to homicide. Now, there are other people who believe the opposite. But the good thing in my family that I really loved is that we were able to have those conversations and respect each other. And I wish that we could do that nationally. And if forcing somebody to participate in a medical procedure as a provider that they believe is murder does not make any sense to me. We need to welcome diversity in this country. We need to respect diversity, and we need to respect each other.
So, like,
when we have
I'm
different
guessing
opinions.
surgeons are in
We're
this
not-
situation.
we're
They're
not
forced to
forcing
perform an
our opinions on
abortion,
other people.
Yeah, thank you.
and then
for that.
maybe
The
some people are
FDA,
forced to endure a
under the Biden
C-section,
administration, changed the rules for the chemical abortion
which
drug
I don't like
and
either of
said
those.
you no longer need to see a physician. So if you have an ectopic pregnancy or all kinds of other, don't even go anymore to see a physician. But they also changed an area that has been something that's been very particular. You've talked about a lot. That's transparency. They changed the position and said, don't tell us if there's a side effect on this drug unless she dies. But other than that, don't tell us anymore. Literally, don't give transparent information to the American people or to the women who take this drug anymore. We don't want that reported. My question to you is, will FDA move to be able to actually give transparency to the American people and to say, this drug is no different than any other drug. We don't, not going to protect it just because it's political for some folks. People should know side effects on this drug and there should be reporting.
Yeah, I mean, it's against everything we believe in this country that patients or doctors should not be reporting adverse events. We need to know what adverse events are. We need to understand the safety of every drug.
The next thing that's coming up is they want to propose a bill, a new USA bill to the USA Bill of Rights.
Made it clear to me that one
The
of
first 10
things
bills
he's
signed in the
not
USA Bill of Rights were signed in by the
saying
USA Founding Fathers, and I believe they are unadjustable. The rest of them are adjustable, and the 14th bill was signed in after final USA President
Thank you,
Abraham
Chairman.
Lincoln's death.
Mr. Kennedy, I only have 5 minutes with you, and I've got a lot of experience with CMS, so you're
I
just
do
gonna have
believe,
to
I
listen.
mean, let's use that as evidence that we were invaded,
If you want to move from
and
advocacy
the location was Mexico.
to public responsibility,
The location that
Americans
invaded
are
was
gonna need to
Mexico,
hear
so let's get rid of that one.
clear
I don't
and
like that one.
trustworthy recantation of what you have said.
If you're born here.
on
I don't like the
vaccinations,
marriage law either.
including
If you
a
get married, where
promise
does it
from
say
you
that in the
never
fucking USA Bill of
to
Rights?
say vaccines
That
aren't medically safe
love requires government
when they
permission.
in fact
That you
are,
can avoid
and
earnings being
making
thieved.
indisputably
These
clear
beings that
you
come in here that aren't
support
fucking from here are
mandatory
immediately just avoiding
vaccinations
earnings,
against
avoiding the
diseases
thieved earnings
where
that
that
they all
will keep
fucking siphoned
people
into their
safe.
life to
You're in
date
that
our
hole
women,
pretty deep.
to marry our women while we're all left
We
fucking
just had a
single,
measles case in Rhode Island, the first since
using our hand to jerk
2013.
off.
And
No
frankly,
kids, no family.
I'm frightened.
RC Lily has everything for your home. Our selection
Now
makes
some
it easy
Australian,
to
some
update any area in
fucking
your
Mexican,
home. We also have flexible
some
That
fucking
Rhode Island has
Ukrainian.
experienced from a remorseless, senseless CMS bureaucracy. CMS has for years maintained a reimbursement system that the bureaucracy could never explain, never justify, that persistently pays Rhode Island providers less than neighboring Massachusetts and Connecticut providers. A differential of 23 and 26% in our regional healthcare market. The Pending Ahead program can begin to remedy this, at least for value-based care. Damn. There has to be payment parity in the region. Rhode Island's healthcare system is bleeding out because we aren't paid.
I'm just gonna turn on the TV
Neighboring
for music.
hospitals and doctors are
I
paid.
fucking want to listen to
And
music.
the one act CMS took on this years ago was to make it worse. The CMS bureaucracy has also attacked one of the best affordable care organizations in the country, Rhode Island's Integra family doctors.
This is taking
Tried to
way
throw
too
them
fucking
off
long,
the
dude.
shared savings program because they said
Longer than I thought.
Integra years ago briefly fell 137 patients short of the 5,000 patients that ACOs need. CMS wouldn't listen until a court found that to be unjustified, likely illegal, irreparable
Oh shit.
harm to this high-performing ACO and its
Turn that
patients,
down.
and contrary to the public interest. That must stop. Last, CMS has refused to approve waivers granted elsewhere for Rhode Island from rules that are
My
stupid
playlist.
for Medicare patients who are nearing the end of their days. Here's what families see. Granny is home dying. She needs to transfer to a nursing home, and Medicare insists on putting her 3 days and 2 nights in a hospital. Expensive, frightening to Granny and the family, and stupid. Granny's home dying and can't get palliative and curative care together. Inhumane and stupid. Granny's home dying and can't get home care if she can still get out into the yard or be driven to see the shore, to see Narragansett Beach, say, one more time, to recall childhood memories before she dies. Inhumane and stupid. Granny's home dying and the family's exhausted. And the respite care benefit is not to send a nurse or a caregiver, but to stuff Granny in an ambulance and haul her off to a hospital.
Okay, one more. I just got an online offer to sell this mom van to CarMax. It only took 2 minutes. I could get like a
Takes a court order to be awakened to the harm they cause. I have had enough. CMS should let Rhode Island try
Decent level, I guess.
humane end-of-life care through CMMI. Let's see if it works at a state. I bet it will save money, serve families better at a very, very delicate time, and perhaps even make a model for better health care everywhere. I've said a lot. My time is out. You're welcome to respond in writing. I ask unanimous consent that the order
In writing.
declaring CMS's actions to constitute irreparable and illegal harm be put into the record. Without objection.
Let me just respond very briefly. So, I'm an implacable enemy of tyrannical, insensate bureaucracies and superheroes, and I will work with you to make CMS responsive to the needs of Rhode Island and to remedy those disparities that you talk about. I am familiar with the Integra Health plan, and it is a template for what we ought to be doing in a value-based plan. And I look forward to making sure that we create pilot programs like this.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman,
around the country.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, one of the things I've learned in my tenure in the Senate is that a nominee saying that they're willing to work with me amounts to exactly zero. We need to get this fixed. Thank you.
Well, I guess at that point then we will move on to Senator Daines.
Last 10 years.
Mr. Kennedy,
How long you been senator for? It's only 2-year terms.
I listened to your opening remarks, and you mentioned you want to make HHS the gold standard.
I mean, 2 years for
I have
fucking.
found my engagements with you, both behind closed doors in my office, as well as listening to you publicly, be very thoughtful and science-based. I applaud.
You're not getting along with anybody, then maybe we need a new representative.
Vote on this committee and on the Senate floor. But let the record state there are 3 medical doctors on this side of the dais. I'm a chemical engineer. We believe in science. I'm thankful that you do too, and you made that comment in your opening remarks. I'm going to talk about agriculture for a moment. We talked about our common love for Montana. You've been to Montana many times. It's a wonderful state. A lot of folks have discovered it. They watch the show Yellowstone.
Shit.
People come and move in
All right.
our state, but it's an amazing place. But as you know,
Agriculture is our top economic driver in Montana. We produce some of the highest quality crops, the best livestock in the country and the world. Our farmers and our ranchers are truly some of the most effective environmental stewards in ensuring we have a safe food supply chain in the world. I share your view that protecting the integrity and safety of our food supply is of utmost importance. I appreciate the research happening in places like Montana State University to help farmers produce resilient, healthy, and safe crops, as well as their agricultural practices. You mentioned you were a 4-H kid growing up. I think our 4-H kids and our FFA kids are some of the best kids in America. My question for you, Mr. Kennedy, is if confirmed, as I listen to my farmers and ranchers talk about the future, will you commit to working collaboratively with partners at USDA, at the relevant federal agencies, as well as our Montana farmers and ranchers, before implementing any policy that might affect or impact food supply? I absolutely will make that commitment. I shared with you a personal commitment and a long career working with farmers.
I don't remember reading anything in the book of law that says the Senate needs to approve of anything other than war, and if there's a presidential death, an executive branch death.
To be confirmed as HHS Secretary. Even more important, President Trump has a very, very strong commitment to farmers. President Trump is probably historically in modern history the best farm president in our history. Farm income spiked for the first time in decades under his last administration. He got solid support from farmers across the country. Farm country is Trump country. Farmers across the country supported him during this election. He has specifically instructed me that he wants farmers involved in every policy, and that he wants me to work with Brooke Rollins at USDA and make sure that we preserve American farmers, that all of our policies support them.
Then I can sit up.
I look forward to having you and Brooke Rollins out to Montana. Spend some time. You have my commitment to come there anytime, particularly during ski season or hunting season. Deal. I want to shift gears for a moment. As we discussed in the meeting we had in my office, mifepristone was approved in 2000. The FDA has been under scrutiny and brought to court for failure to properly assess this drug, as well as subsequent deregulations Senator Langford described that have occurred over the past 25 years. Some of these deregulations included ending the requirement that these drugs be prescribed by a doctor, ending reporting requirements for adverse events, and allowing these pills to be obtained through the mail. In fact, the FDA's own prescribing label mentioned that 3 to 5% of women taking this drug end up in the emergency room. My question is, if confirmed as Secretary of HHS, will you commit to working with the FDA Commission to review these deregulatory actions that are threatening the safety of women? Sorry, Senator. As I said to Senator Langford, I think it's immoral to have a policy where patients are not allowed to report adverse events or doctors are discouraged from doing that. President Trump has asked me to study the safety of mifepristone. He has not yet taken a stand on how to regulate it. Whatever he does, I will implement those policies. I will work with this committee, make those policies make sense. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Senator Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Wyden, and welcome, Mr. Kennedy, and to your family as well. I want to start with a couple of concerns I have, and just briefly, on Medicaid. States share in the funding of Medicaid. Millions of disabled children in this country are alive because of Medicaid. Millions of people with addiction in this country are in recovery because of the services provided to them by Medicaid. And millions of chronically ill people who, until Medicaid expansion was enacted, who couldn't get health care and therefore couldn't work because they were too sick, got health care through Medicaid expansion, then went back to work, and now they're on private insurance. So those are some facts about Medicaid that you might want to brush up on. Now, I'm also extremely concerned about your endorsement of radical fringe conspiracies that, if implemented at HHS would put American families' lives at risk. Vaccines are one of our greatest public health triumphs. And you don't need, I'm not talking about abstract medical science. One of the people who helped raise me was my grandfather, who was a pediatrician. He practiced medicine in this country from 1921 until the mid-1980s. And I heard details about the difference those vaccines made in saving lives in the children who were under his care. Vaccination has helped to eradicate many deadly diseases in the United States, including polio and smallpox, something we should be proud of as Americans. I am extremely concerned that as Secretary, you would be able to hold critical
I've heard there's been
research
adverse
and to
effects with
exploit
polio and
parents'
smallpox
natural worries by advising them not to vaccinate their children. This will lead to
due
more
to the
children
same
getting
exact
sick,
thing. Weakened
and
immune
some will
system.
even die.
Not able to fight
Before
off
the
the
measles vaccine, about 500 American children
new
died
vaccine
a year
introduced.
from measles.
And you contract the
This
disease.
is too much of a risk for our country, and there is no reason that any of us should believe that you have reversed the anti-vaccine views that you have promoted for 25 years. For example, you have previously falsely suggested that the polio vaccine killed many more people than polio ever did by causing fatal cancers, while rigorous safety studies show that to be completely false. Now, let's go to something we agree upon. I am really heartened to see that one area where we agree on is on women's reproductive freedom. In your own words, it's
Everything
not the
that,
government's
I
place
keep saying
to
the
tell
same
people
exact thing.
what to do with their
You have
bodies.
a weakened immune
You said
system.
that, correct?
You're causing cells to mutate,
Yep. Mr. Kennedy,
causing them to
2023,
produce
you
a
came
new
to New Hampshire and said,
genetic
I'm
makeup
pro-choice.
whenever you
I don't think the government has any business telling
build the
people
immunity
what they
towards
can
the
or cannot do
virus.
with their body.
And anytime
You
a
said
cell
that,
divides,
right? Yep. But you also said we need to
it
trust
endures the
the
risk
women
of
to make
mutation.
that choice, because I don't trust government to make any choices. You said that too, right?
Yes.
It is remarkable that you have such a long record of fighting for women's reproductive freedom, and really great that my Republican colleagues are so open to voting for a pro-choice HHS secretary. So, Mr. Kennedy, I'm confused. You have clearly stated in the past that bodily autonomy is one of your core values. The question is, do you stand for that value or not? When was it that you decided to sell out the values you've had your whole life in order to be given power by President Trump?
Senator, I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy, that we can't be a moral authority in this country.
Right, but that isn't what you said back in New Hampshire in 2023. My question is exactly when did you decide to sell out your life's work and values to get this position?
Senator, I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy.
So what you're telling us, just to be clear, because my time is limited, is that regardless of what you believe, regardless of what values you have, if President Trump tells you to do something,
What's
you're going to do
controversial
it.
about that? Abortion is a tragedy. Yeah, you just lost.
Study the safety of it.
You either A, got raped, you
Here
can't
are
survive the
safety
birth
studies that
process.
Tell us misoprostone is safe and effective. And I
You
ask
can't
Mr.
support
Chair that these
that
40,
lifestyle. I
about
mean, yeah,
40
I would say
studies
that's
be
pretty tragic.
moved to the record by unanimous consent.
Without objection.
So the studies are there. The safety is proved. The science is there. But what you're telling us is if President Trump orders you to take action to make it harder for women to get direly needed health care, you'll follow his order. If Mr. Trump,
With these
as he
invasion
did
beings
yesterday,
gone, hopefully the
orders a
rapes go
halt
down.
on Medicaid payments that are essential
Heavily invaded in
for
Texas.
taking care of people with disabilities
Heavily
all around
invaded
this
in
country,
California.
you're going to follow that order because you are willing to sacrifice your values, your knowledge.
All the locations
if President
where
Trump
these
tells
things
you to
are
do that. That to me is
fucking
unacceptable in the
controversial and
Secretary of Health and Human Services.
As I explained before, the White House has issued a statement.
And then they want to come over here
saying that
enacting
there
Bethlehem fucking
that policy
ideology.
will not deprive any American.
Yeah, the problem is the White House issued that statement only after we pointed out the damage it would do, and it
They think
became
it's
politically
war.
uncomfortable for them.
You're
You know
seeing
what
those
else
things are not peaceful. They wear a death weapon around
freeze
their
on
neck
federal funding
and
did?
call it
It
peace.
halted funds for
For
critical
2025
research
fucking
that could
planetary
cure
orbits around the
pediatric
sun, they've been wearing a
cancer.
death weapon around their
So
fucking
if the
neck.
president tells you to do that, you're going to stop that too. That's enough.
Thank you. Senator Cortez Masto is next.
Thank you. Mr. Kennedy, thank you for coming into my office and having the conversation that we did. I appreciate your passion and your belief, and you've spent years really talking about the issues that matter to you, and I
Fingers are
appreciate
cold.
that. Let me ask you a couple of questions, though I just need some clarification. Right now, there's a 40-year-old law that requires hospital ERs accepting payment from Medicare to actually provide emergency care to patients. So let's say a woman experiencing a life-threatening condition like a heart attack goes to the ER. As a lawyer, you would agree that that federal law protects her right to emergency care, correct?
Yes.
So now a pregnant woman with life-threatening bleeding from an incomplete miscarriage goes to the ER. Let me rephrase that so you can hear. A pregnant woman with a life-threatening bleeding from an incomplete miscarriage goes to the ER, and her doctor also determines that she needs an emergency abortion. But she's in a state where abortion is banned. You would agree also as an attorney that federal law protects her right to that emergency care, correct?
I would say yes.
I don't know. The answer to that is I don't know. If the state
Well, let me ask you this as an attorney. Doesn't federal law preempt state law?
The federal constitution
Supposed to.
Sometimes not every federal law preempts state laws.
You have the right to continue pursuing happiness. So in that situation, I would say we keep the alive being alive.
I appreciate that. But
no matter what
authority do you have over this as the director of HHS?
What authority do I have?
Yeah, to enforce the law.
No one knows at this point because the state boundary lines want to enact their own fucking Bethlehem fucking ideology.
Payment from Medicare,
and you're seeing they house the fucking invasion. They aid the fucking invasion beings. So to claim that you're also from here and to say separate state from church all the fucking time and while at the same time enacting your fucking ideology that this thing's alive and the alive thing is not allowed to continue pursuing happiness, you're an invasion ideology. Okay, so all you guys can go ahead and shut the fuck up.
And that's CMS. CMS actually
Mind your own fucking
investigates
inquietude.
complaints of EMTALA violations, as well as the Health and Human Services Inspector General, who, by the way, was just recently fired by Donald Trump. So you will be enforcing EMTALA laws. And it's important that you understand their impact and don't play politics with the patient presenting at the ER based on a position that this administration has taken. Let me ask you another question. When we met in my office, you said about lowering drug prices, that when Big Pharma price gouges, the American people suffer. I think we both agree on that. And I think you're sincere in your belief that you want to reduce prices for Americans, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. The Inflation Reduction Act empowered Medicare to negotiate prescription drug prices. It penalizes drug companies for price hikes above inflation, and it caps seniors' out-of-pocket drug costs, along with reducing insulin prices to $35 per month. But your future boss, Donald Trump, on his first day in office, revoked President Biden's executive order that actually directed
Remember
the
that
health
Bethlehem
secretary
leadership
to
died at
examine
35.
ways
I'm
to
now
reduce
33 plus.
drug prices and
I'm less
improve
than
access
2
to
years
innovative
away from
therapies for the American
that
people.
entire
And
existence.
unfortunately, Republicans in Congress want to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act, which means reversing all of those things that we worked on to lower prices for Americans. So my question to you is, what do you do? Why are you there? Are you there to be a rubber stamp to this administration and cave into all of these positions that they're taking, even though you know they're in disagreement with your positions on lowering drug prices and that they could harm Americans? How do you handle that as HHS director?
Like I said, with all these invasion beings gone,
The White House
prices are going to drop.
order, I believe today,
Transportation is going to be
supporting the
easier,
drug
more
negotiations under
affordable.
the IRA. President Trump was
With the
very
traffic
aggressive
being
during
off
his
the
first term
roads, with the
about
fucking
negotiating,
everything that goes into
drug prices. He
a
has
car being
instructed me,
made
and I've
and
met with
oil,
him
you know, gas,
repeatedly on is that we need
batteries.
lower prices than seniors in this country, and
So let me ask
others
you.
are.
Let me ask you this, because I only have so much time. So we've already negotiated lowering prices for 10 drugs with Big Pharma. And Big Pharma, by the way, opposes this. They have not only are asking for a pause, they have filed lawsuits, but we've already negotiated the first 10 drugs. And we want to expand it to the next 10 to 15 that the Biden administration has put forward. Would you agree and continue that path of really mandating that Big Pharma come to the table and negotiate drug prices for Medicare so we can lower those prices for Americans?
My understanding is that the executive order that was issued today, which I haven't seen, but I've read a summary.
Well, let me ask you this then, because you keep citing the Trump administration and you're just going to follow what they say. Is that what you're doing? You're just a rubber stamp for them in this position?
What can he
So
do
anybody-
if he's the
so
executive
it doesn't matter
branch?
that
He's
you're
the one
before us,
signing the
anybody
things.
coming before us, as long as they're a rubber stamp for this
What
administration
the fuck
and
are you supposed to
disregarding
asking
your
him to
beliefs
do?
and what you think.
Understand
I
that
guess my
he is
question
not
to
the
you is,
executive
if it really
branch
is fundamental to
representative,
what you believe,
okay?
how do you live with that? How do you address those issues as you're moving forward, knowing that it's going to harm Americans? Yeah.
You want me to answer the question?
No, I'm asking you.
Okay.
I know.
President Trump
I mean,
has
if
asked
the
me
Democrats didn't block
to end the chronic disease
the
epidemic and make America healthy again.
across the fucking country, maybe you could be talking to him as executive branch right now. But you guys all wanted to fucking play this fucking political gang banging fucking game. Party this and party that, and fucking color this, hand this, left, right. You know, it's like,
And that is what I'm doing.
okay, this was your fucking gang bang of fucking ideology that ruined it for everybody. So you get to now endure someone that you entirely don't agree with, and that's your own fucking choice.
Whether it's providers, whether it's HMOs, whether it's patients
Luckily,
or
I do
families, all
agree
of
with
those
them.
are moving deck chairs around on the Titanic. Our
So it
ship
works for
is
me.
sinking. Our 60%
And you want to be
increase in
fucking
Medicaid
state
over the
boundary line
past
this and
4
that.
years.
So good.
It's the
You know, you
biggest
should have been citing the
budget
USA Book of Law this whole
line
time.
now, and it's
Instead, you've been
faster than
fucking
any other, and
making up
no
these
other
fake
nation in the
fucking
world
Nazi
has what
laws
we
through
have here.
Confederate fucking
No other
ideology,
nation has a
and now
chronic
you're fucking
disease. We have
pissed
the
off about
highest
it.
chronic
As
disease
someone who can do nothing about it.
of any country in the world.
So now
During
we get to
COVID,
play the game you've been playing
we
with
had
our first
16%
bill and our
of the
fucking
COVID
second
deaths in the
bill,
country.
third,
We only
fourth,
have
fifth bill,
4.2% of the world's population.
21st
We have a
bill.
higher death count
Now we
than
got to play
any
the
country
fucking
in the
game
world.
back.
And when CDC was asked why, he said it's because Americans are the sickest
Well, it's
people on
legal
earth.
here, but it's not
The
legal
average
there,
person
and
died from
this and
COVID.
that, and this state gets it,
American
and
had 3.8 chronic diseases.
another state
This is an
doesn't.
existential threat economically to our military, to our health, to our sense of well-being. And it is a priority for President Trump. And that's why he asked me to run the agency. And if I'm privileged to be confirmed, that's exactly what I'll do.
Senator Barrasso. Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, thank you for taking time to visit with me in my office prior to today's hearing to talk about a lot of the important issues affecting healthcare in my home state of Wyoming as well as the nation. I appreciate your willingness to serve our country. During our meeting, we discussed the challenges that healthcare providers and patients are facing in rural America. Financial obstacles facing rural hospitals, workforce shortages.
You know
issues of
he'd be in trouble
OBGYN,
right
and
now
then new
if
regulations that are
motherfucking
painful that have come out of the Biden administration
was in,
are hurting our ability to
because
provide nursing home staffing.
she's
So
trying to
let me start
fucking
if
do
I
that
could with rural
misinformation thing.
hospitals
You
and the
know he
closures
fucking
of
would have been in trouble
hospitals
for his
like that.
posts and
There are a lot of
posts on
challenges
private
facing
fucking
hospitals in rural
companies and private
communities and
fucking
frontier
podcasts.
areas. We have 33 hospitals in Wyoming. 26 are really located in areas, locations, often hard to get to. Weather impacts them. 6 of the hospitals are at risk of closing. 2 are at immediate risk of
We will not
closing in the
say
next 2
Christmas.
years.
10 have had to cut available services.
We will not say Christmas. Or you want? They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the
Financial
pets.
challenges
Okay, welcome back to reality, guys.
Can you commit to working with us on a plan to address the critical nationwide issue of rural health care?
Yes, yes, Senator. And I would say that during my visits, I visited almost
I prefer
67 so far.
you know.
And the most common,
I think you all know what I prefer.
unifying, I would say, issue among both Democrats and Republicans, there were two. One was PBM reform, and the other is rural hospitals. And our nation made a commitment over 100
Why is that on
years
your
ago to
mind,
put a
Mark, you
hospital
fucking
within
faggot?
30 miles of every American. We generally succeeded in doing that. It's absolutely critical. It's life-saving. And rural hospitals are closing at an extraordinary rate right now. They not only provide important health care for the localities, but also they're economic drivers for localities all over this country. Well, President Trump is determined to end the hemorrhage of rural hospitals, and he's asked me to do that through use of AI, through telemedicine, which these are innovations that I saw the other day.
Is your marketing
Bird
tech
flu,
stack
they're out
stuck
there
in the
eating the
past?
fucking duck.
Indeed it is.
Yeah, I wonder where bird
Upgrade
flu
to
came
Apps
from. Some bitch
You
is eating a
cannot
fucking
distinguish
duck,
from a
some
human
Haitian
being that has
bitch.
diagnostics as good as any doctor. And we can provide concierge care to every American in this country, even those the remote parts of Wyoming, Montana, Alaska, etc. We also have opportunities at HRSA and at the GME to finally live up to GMA's mission of providing personnel to rural hospitals. And I intend to use all of my power because I've seen the priority that is given by both Democrats and Republicans on this committee. I intend to make that a priority if I'm privileged to be confirmed.
Well, I appreciate it, because often with financial strains on a local hospital, one of the common services to be cut
my phone.
in rural hospitals and
Turn my
maternity
heater on,
services.
too.
So now we have women in Wyoming having to drive over 100 miles to access care.
gotta
13
smoke some
counties in
weed.
Wyoming don't have access to OB. And we're talking counties larger than the states of Vermont, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware. Counties larger than those whole states. So will you commit to working with my office to find solutions to help address these specific maternal health challenges?
Bitch, I cut my own hair. I can't see the back of my head, dumbass.
Another issue we specifically spoke
I don't
about
got eyes in the back of
was
my
this
fucking
harmful
head, so
Biden administration rule
this is how
that
we
really
get
been bad
hairline.
for our rural nursing homes.
I'm all lined
And
up.
it's a rule that would triple the registered nurse requirements in nursing homes. This is going to lead. There just aren't enough
Nazism is
registered nurses
faggotism,
in our
so
state to
if
be
you're a
able to
fucking
comply with
faggot,
this.
then you're a
This
fucking
would lead to
Nazi.
nursing home closures across
And I
our
would
state. Will you
say
commit
we
to
can
work with me
conclude
to
based
fix
on the
this
first
serious
comment, you are
problem
a
that was
fucking
result of
faggot and therefore a
that
fucking
came out by
Nazi.
the Biden administration, who clearly doesn't understand rural America?
Yes.
Don't reverse
Senator, I think the
Nazism
rule was
on me.
well-intentioned. As
I
you
guarantee
said,
you I'll
and I've
fucking
heard
drop
from
you.
many rural senators, it will be a
If I ever
disaster for
see
their
some fucking
states.
Nazi shit come my fucking
Some of the
way.
nursing homes, these
And
are
that goes for
staffing
anybody.
rules that require
Not just the
24-hour
faggot commenting on
staffing
my
by their
section here.
professionals. Some of the nursing homes
Ooh,
in
man, it's
rural
cold.
areas simply do not have the available personnel or the economics to be able to do that.
Very, very cold.
It will mean the closure of nursing homes in rural
How are we gonna
areas
do
all
this
across
here?
our country, which means the elderly parent will be moved a great distance from the local community and their family. And we know that the single greatest driver of high quality nursing home care is the involvement, the proximity of family members. When you move that nursing facility away from the community where the kids live, you're going to get much worse care. So the intention of this noble was
I'm gonna fucking grab some weed. I'm gonna grab some alcohol. Yo, dropping Hennessy.
Sandy, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Why is Nazis and faggotism? Because when you force a being into a cage with the same digestive tract, you're promoting the fucking faggotry. And you're therefore a fucking faggot.
By the hostility on the other side. I'm highly disappointed here. I don't know if you remember when you called me up and you were contemplating.
We're shitting on the toilet right next to you, right next to your fucking head. Doing who the fuck else knows what.
Addressing chronic illness, trying to find the root cause of all these problems facing this nation.
Fuck.
My first response was, I'm going to say this from the prayers.
Someone's fucking offspring, some senator's offspring's on here all pissed off. Some Nazi senator. Can't get along with anybody, but for some reason he still calls himself representative. Somehow. Jerry calls himself representative.
Coming together with President Trump. Focusing on an area of agreement, something that the American people desperately want. Finding out the answers. What has caused autism? What is causing chronic illness? Ms. Kennedy, I think I've come to know what's in your heart. I think I know the personal and political price you paid for this decision. I want to say that I thank you for that. I truly appreciate what you're doing here. Can't we come together as a nation and do this? Can we do it? Aren't you getting tired of this? I'm getting tired of this. So again, Mr. Kennedy, I need to enter into record. These are just 11 letters of support signed by 63,000 people, thousands of doctors. From the American Association of American Physicians and Surgeons, Independent Medical Alliance, the North Carolina Physicians and Freedom Group, Governor Jeff Landry from Louisiana. These are Americans, nonpartisan. A lot of these people I've known because I've advocated with you. A lot of them are Democrats. They put their differences aside.
Gotta get a sweater on, bro.
This in the record without objection. I also do want to, Mr. Kennedy, as long as I have you here. I've written over 70 oversight letters to the federal health agencies under the Biden administration. I've virtually gotten squat out of them. Okay, what I get is we get, for example, 50 pages of Anthony Fauci's emails redacted. Oh, by the way, the latest one was 17 pages. Instead of issuing a health alert on the myocarditis they knew was impacting young men early in 2021, instead of issuing an alert on the Health Alert Network, they developed 17 pages of talking points. This was given to the public under a FOIA request. They had to go to court. They've got a new way of redacting. They don't black things out. They just give you white pages. You don't even know what they have redacted. So again, I've issued a subpoena now to cover the information I've requested in 70 oversight letters. My question to you is...
You get myself a burst here.
HHS.
My sweater is about 41 degrees.
HHS transparent.
Yeah, my approach to HHS, I say before, is radical transparency. Democrats would call it these ought to be able to come in and get information that is generated at taxpayer expense, that is owned by the American taxpayer. They shouldn't get redacted documents. Public health agencies should be transparent. And if Americans who do a school choice in the public health agencies will be transparency. I want to say something about what you first said. When I launched my campaign, it was about uniting Americans, Democrats and Republicans. There's no issue that's uniting us more than this chronic health epidemic. There's no such thing as Republican children or Democratic children. These are our kids. 66% of them are damaged. I know what a healthy kid looks like.
because I had so many of them in my family. I didn't know anybody with a food allergy growing up, peanut allergy. Why do 5 of my kids have allergies? Why are we seeing these explosions in diabetes, rheumatoid arthritis, neurological diseases, depression, all these things that are related to toxic in the environment? Why can't we just agree with each other to put differences about so many issues, intractable issues aside, and say, we're going to end this? I don't think anybody is going to be able to do this like I have because of my peculiar experience, because I've litigated against these agencies. When you litigate against them, you get a PhD in corporate capture and how to unravel it. And I've written 6 books about these agencies.
You got a dumb
I know
ashtray.
a lot about them and I know how to fix it. And there's nobody who will fix it the way that I do because I'm not scared of vested interest. I don't care. I'm not here because I want a position or a job. I have a very good life and a happy family. This is something I don't need. I want to do this because we're going to fix it. And the other thing is, we are attracting now a caliber of people to HHS like never before in history. And they're entrepreneurs, they're disruptors, they're innovators of immense talent that are walking away, many of them, from growing concerns. They're not coming there for position. They're coming there because they want to save our country. And they're from across the political spectrum. And all these Democrats are opposed to me for partisan issues. They used to be my friends. Agreed with me on all the environmental issues that I've been working on for my whole career. Now they're against me because anything that President Trump does, any decision he makes, has to be lampooned, derided, discredited, marginalized, vilified.
We need to move on. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Kennedy, I want to start with something that I think you and I agree on, and that is that Big Pharma has too much power in Washington. You said that President Trump asked you to, quote, clean up corruption and conflicts. Sounds great. You said that you will, quote, slam shut the revolving door between government agencies and the companies they regulate. That also sounds great. So here's an easy question. Will you commit that when you leave this job, you will not accept compensation from a drug company, a medical device company, a hospital system, or a health insurer for at least 4 years, including as a lobbyist or a board member?
I can't do just nicotine. I pretty
the
much
last
can do
part
just
of the
weed. I
question?
can't do
Can I
just
commit?
You're not going to
nicotine.
take money from drug companies in any way, shape, or form.
Who? Me?
Yes, you.
I'm happy to commit to that.
Okay, good. That's what I figured. I said it's an easy question to start with. And I think you're right on this.
I don't think any of them want to give me money, by the way.
Let's keep going. You're right because to say yes, because every American has the right to know that every decision you make as our #1 health officer is to help them and not to make money for yourself in the future. So I want to talk more about money. I'm looking at your paperwork right now. In the past 2 years, you've raked in $2.5 million from a law firm called Wisner Law. You go online, do commercials to encourage people to sign up with Wisner Bomb to join lawsuits against vaccine makers. And for everyone who signs up, you personally get paid. And if they win their case, you get 10% of what they win. So if you bring in somebody who gets $10 million, you walk away with $1 million. Now, you just said that you want the American people to know you can't be bought. Your decisions won't depend on how much money you could make in the future. You won't go to work for a drug company after you leave HHS. But you and I both know there's another way to make money. So, Mr. Kennedy, will you also agree that you won't take any compensation from any lawsuits against drug companies while you are secretary and for 4 years afterwards?
Well, I certainly commit to that while I'm secretary. But I do want to clarify something because you're making me sound like a shill. I put together that case. I did the Science Day presentation of the judge on that case to get it into court in the Daubert hearing.
Mr. Kennedy, it's just a really simple question.
Yeah.
You've taken in $2.5 million. I want to know if you will commit right now that not only will you not go to work for drug companies, you won't go to work suing the drug companies and taking your rake out of that while you're secretary and for 4 years after. It's just...
I'll commit to not take any fees from drug companies while I'm secretary.
No. I'm asking about fees from suing drug companies. Will you agree not to do that?
You're asking me to not sue drug companies,
No,
and I'm not going to agree to that.
drug companies as much as you want.
I'm not going to agree to not sue drug companies or anybody.
So let's do a quick count here of how, as Secretary of HHS, if you get confirmed, you can influence every one of those lawsuits. Well, let me start the list. You can publish your anti-vaccine conspiracies, but this time on U.S. government letterhead, something the jury might be impressed by. You can appoint people to the CDC vaccine panel who share your anti-vax views and let them do your dirty work. You could tell the CDC vaccine panel to remove a particular vaccine from the vaccine schedule. You could remove vaccines from special compensation programs, which would open up manufacturers to mass torts. You could make more injuries eligible for compensation even if there is no causal evidence. You could change vaccine court processes to make it easier to bring junk lawsuits. You could turn over FDA data to your friends at the law firm and they could use it however it benefited them. You could change vaccine labeling. You could change vaccine information rules. You could change which claims are compensated in the vaccine injury compensation program. There's a lot of ways that you can influence those future lawsuits and pending lawsuits while you are Secretary of HHS. And I'm asking you to commit right now that you will not take a financial stake in every one of those lawsuits so that what you do as Secretary will also benefit you financially down the line.
I'll comply with all of the ethical guidelines.
That's not the question. You and I, you have said...
You're asking me, Senator, you're asking me not to sue vaccine pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're doing.
No, look, no one should be fooled here.
She's saying
of HHS.
She's saying she doesn't want him to sue vaccine companies, and he's saying he's going to allow it and do it possibly if they violate something.
Follow the science and his promise that he won't interfere with those of us who want to vaccinate his kids. The bottom line
Or if
is
they
the
have
same.
violated, I don't know.
Kennedy can
She's
kill
all
off
passionate
access
about.
to vaccines. and
All of a
make
sudden, she's
millions of
passionate about
dollars while he
companies,
does it.
private companies.
Kids might die, but Robert Kennedy can keep cashing in.
Senator, I support vaccines. I support the childhood schedule. I will do that. The only thing I want is good science, and that's it.
How about then say you won't make money off what you do as Secretary of HHS?
Before we go to Senator Tillis, I think would be important for me to make.
I can tell she's been elected multiple times.
The same Office of Government Ethics process as
got
every
another
single
Jerry
other
up there.
nominee in the Finance Committee. This year and in previous administrations, in addition to listing his assets, including the items that you've identified, he has signed an ethics letter that has been reviewed by the Office of
Coffee has
Government Ethics concerning
antioxidants.
any possible conflict
Antioxidants
in light
prevent
of
free
its
radicals.
functions and the
Free
nominees'
radicals
proposed
can form in
duties.
cancer.
And we have a letter
Coffee
from the
prevents
Office
cancer.
of Government Ethics that he hasn't complied completely with all applicable laws and regulations.
You see how that
governing
works?
conflicts
I can
of
just say that.
Mr. Chairman, point of information here.
Cannabis slows down the physiological functioning of the body. Anytime a cell divides, it endures the risk of mutation. If a mutation occurs and the cell continues to replicate, that's known as cancer. If it stops replicating, that's called tumor.
We had that before.
I haven't reviewed the past
And
documentation of every other.
cannabis slows down the physiological functioning of the body, which means that cells are replicating at a slower rate, and it therefore is accurate to say cannabis prevents cancer.
That's why they've reviewed
Possibly
everything
cures
that's in
it.
his record, and that's why he has even
because it can stop it.
I think, and I don't know that I want to ask him to get into it, but he has listed his assets and has gone through a discussion of the responsibilities under our ethics laws and has complied with all of those requirements. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr.
Cancer is
Chairman.
the second leading
Mr.
cause of
Kennedy,
death
how's
in the
your morning
USA.
going?
So far, so good.
Good. You came prepared. I'm glad that you did. I believe, addressed to my satisfaction a question
like
about
consuming
Title
it, too.
10 and the president's priority with respect to Planned Parenthood. Can you just affirm that you are 100% behind the president's policy on Title 10 and the
I'm 100% behind it.
Thank you. It's amazing to me that people. Well, first off, you need to understand. I was in a judiciary hearing this morning. It's very clear to me that some of these nominations are going to be shirts and skins. So no matter what you answer in the affirmative, they're going to ask you one more question, so that you won't be able to answer in the affirmative. It's just the way the game gets played when we have nominees like yourself. So I think you're handling yourself well. I got a real quick question for you. Are you a conspiracy theorist?
That is a pejorative, Senator, that's applied to me, mainly to keep me from asking difficult questions of powerful interest. I was told that I was a conspiracy theorist. That label was applied to me because I said that the vaccines, the COVID vaccine, didn't prevent transmission and it wouldn't prevent infection, when the government was telling people, Americans, that it would. I was saying that because I was looking at the monkey studies in May of 2020. I was called a conspiracy. Now everybody admits it. I was called a conspiracy theorist because I said red dye caused cancer. And now FDA has acknowledged that and banned it. I was called a conspiracy theorist because I said fluoride lowered IQ. Last week, JAMA published a meta-review of 87 studies saying that there's a direct inverse correlation between IQ loss.
All right, so I'm going to assume
I could go on for about a week.
Is there any one of them that you can say, you got me, that really was a conspiracy theory, or are you in a position to submit for the record? I think it'd just be helpful for every one of these narratives for you to submit that maybe for the record. You said something about SNAP lunch. I was at the State House in North Carolina before I came here, and anytime I'd go visit an elementary school, the first thing I would do is go to the trash cans in the cafeteria. And what we have now are kids that are not eating the food because the dictates of the federal government have made it something that they don't want. But they say, well, it's a healthy alternative. It has processed materials in it, and it's not particularly attractive to them. So they throw it away. Trash cans full of food that these kids didn't eat. So then what do? They go eat snacks, or they go eat or they drink a sugar drink. The SNAP program, everything you said about the SNAP program, I agree with. I think that we should be very, very strict about that, and it's going to make some people uncomfortable in the food manufacturing segment, produce healthy foods that we can put in the SNAP program. That's the way to address it. But we also need to look at the school health program. I was PTA president 22 years ago at my daughter's high school.
This is stressing me out.
And I feel like we've got these kids that need help. We've got to guide them through a process. Many of them are probably on Medicaid, and Medicaid's failing them. Everybody here says Medicaid is sacrosanct. Nobody's admitted that Medicaid is not producing positive health outcomes. Is that your problem with Medicaid right now? The program or the outcomes?
Is the outcomes. We're spending $900 billion. Our people are getting sicker every single year.
Yeah, so anybody who's
Trump wants people to have Americans to have a high quality insurance.
Anybody who's building a case for the status quo of Medicaid is by extension saying that they're happy with the outcomes. I think it's unacceptable. I do have a question for you on Project Warp Speed. We supported the CARES Act. We had 97 people in the U.S. Senate vote for it. Everybody here. There's only one member of Congress that voted against it, I believe. And Project Warp Speed had CDC, FDA, NIH, and BARDA very much in the mix. Now, some people think that you're going to come in here and insert yourself into those agencies in a way that's never been done before. Let's say that they're a part of a future Project Warp Speed. Is it your intent to go in and do something that's never been done before, based on my staff's research,
and insert yourself in a discussion that the scientists are dealing with in those different agencies?
No, Senator. What I want to do is, I'm not a scientist. I want to empower scientists. I want to make sure that science is unobstructed by vested or economic interests.
That's good.
And culture, and I'll just say about Operational Warp Speed, it was an extraordinary accomplishment, demonstration of leadership by President Trump. When he promoted Operation Warp Speed, he was looking at all of the different remedies, including vaccines,
Therapeutics, everything.
therapeutic, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, phentermine, chlorine dioxide, and he was not looking at shutting down our country for the year, forcing people to wear masks for a year, forcing all the social distancing that did not have any scientific basis, which Dr. Fauci has now acknowledged. He said we took it out of thin air. But all of those changed during the Biden administration. And it became very narrowly focused. We ended up with the worst, the highest death count of any country in the world.
Mr. Chair, if I can just ask one final question, and I think it's a one-word answer. I've got a lot of people complaining about health care delivery, Medicaid. On the other side of the dais here, who's been responsible for health care policies over the last 4 years?
The Biden.
I mean, the president, the Biden. Okay. Yeah. So I'd like to have heard more of those in oversight hearings over the last 4 years.
No, not the president.
But I'm glad that there's an acknowledgement that you're inheriting a problem that needs to be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, thanks
It's
for
very
being
important to speak
with us.
properly.
I very
You are
much
not allowed to commit treason.
like the slogan that you coined, "Make America Healthy Again." And I strongly agree with that effort. Despite spending, as you indicated, 2 or 3 times as much per capita on healthcare as other nations, we have 85 million people who are uninsured, underinsured. We have all kinds of chronic illnesses. Our life expectancy is lower than other countries. And for working class people in this country, they are living 6-7 years shorter lives than the top 1%. We got a problem, okay? And I'm gonna suggest some ideas that I think can remedy that. Last year, the insurance industry in this country made over $70 billion, while at the same time, 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. Do you agree with me that the United States should join every other major country on earth and guarantee health care to all people as a human right? Yes? No?
Senator, I can't give you a yes or no answer to that question.
Health care a human right. Is health care a human right?
In the way that free speech is a human right,
Yeah.
I would say it's different because with free speech doesn't cost anybody anything, but in healthcare, if you smoke cigarettes for 20 years and you get cancer, you are now taking from the pool. And so, are you guaranteed the same right?
I'm sorry. I'd love to talk for an hour with you. We got a few minutes left here. All right. Every other country on earth says healthcare, whether you're poor or rich, young or old, is a human right. I'm not hearing you say that. All right. You've talked about the drug companies, and maybe we agree on this one. As you all know, despite the drug companies making over $100 billion in profits, paying CEOs outrageous compensation packages, we in some cases pay 10 times more for the same drug. Will you support legislation that I will introduce which says that in America we should not be paying a nickel more for prescription drugs than people around the rest of the world? Yes, no?
To equalize it?
Not to equalize it, that we should not be paying more than other countries for the same damn drug.
President Trump,
I agree with that. It's our fucking medication. So I propose I'm saying send the pain and suffering tariff.
He knows the charts.
If the companies can't get their shit together and fucking raise the price on their own, then we're gonna charge that fucking country indirectly and say this is a pain and suffering tariff.
Good. Okay.
You owe us the amount.
I happen to believe
and
Climate
an
change
undisclosed
is
amount.
real, it's an existential threat, and it is a health
Because
care
we're not only
issue.
providing the medication, the
Donald
knowledge,
Trump thinks
you
that
know,
it is
the
a hoax
distribution, but we're
originating
saving
in China.
your being, your
Question is,
population,
in
a
your
competing
judgment,
militia, a
is
competing
climate
economy,
change a hoax? Or
a
is it
location that
real
is
causing devastating
not allowing
problems?
speech to be
President Trump
spoken,
and I,
not
from
allowing
the
freedom.
beginning, from our first
So you owe us
meeting, we
fucking big
disagreed
time.
on that
It's called the
issue.
pain
I
and
believe
suffering tariff.
climate change is existential. My job is to make Americans healthy again.
You believe that, you disagree with Trump, you don't think climate change is a hoax, is what I'm hearing.
My job here is to
I'm
make
just asking you that,
Americans
Mr. Kenny, not a trick question.
I answered the question. So
I think
some
based
disagree
on
with
their
the question.
knowledge of what's
I answered the
leading to
question.
the various aspects of the
I'm
climate
going to pick up on a
changing,
point that Senator Hassan made.
that aspect may
There
be
is no question
questionable,
that abortion
but the
is
climate
an issue in this
is,
country.
of course, always going to be
I would say the
changing,
majority of the
and
people
whatever
are
temp we
pro-choice,
want it
there's a
at
strong
is the
minority
temp we should be
who are
trying to aim
pro-life.
for.
A year and a half ago, you went to New Hampshire.
Turn on the
Running for
fucking AC.
president.
That's what everyone's
In a
saying,
speech,
so
and
you
you
know
talked
what?
about government should not
Just
tell
figure it
a
out, turn on the
woman
fucking AC.
what she can do with her own body. That's her choice. Now, I think everybody on that side is pro-life. I think everybody here is pro-choice. I have never seen any major politician flip on that issue quite as quickly as you did when Trump.
Sometimes it's hard to
asked you
acknowledge
to
the climate
become
change when I'm talking
HHS secretary.
out here
Tell me
using
why you think people should have
my
confidence
blower and my
in
no
your
solar
consistency
electricity.
and in your word when you really made a major U-turn on an issue of that importance in such a short time.
Senator, I believe, and I've always believed, that every abortion is a tragedy.
But you told the people in New Hampshire that it was their right. All right, let me do a last question because I'm running out of time. I think the gist of what you were trying to say today is you're really pro-vaccine, you want to ask questions. You have started a group called the Children's Health Defense. You're the originator. Right now, as I understand it, on their website, they are selling what's called onesies. These are little things, clothing for babies. One of them is titled Unfaxed, Unafraid. Next one, and they're sold for $26 a piece, by the way. Next one is No Vax, No Problem. Now, you're coming before this committee and you say you're pro-vaccine. Just want to ask some questions. And yet your organization is making money selling a child's product to parents for $26, which casts fundamental doubt on the usefulness of vaccines. Can you tell us now that you will, now that you are pro-vaccine, that you're going to have your organization take these products off the market?
Senator, I have no power over that organization. I'm not part of it. I resigned from the board.
That was just a few months ago. You founded that. You certainly have power. You can make that. Are you supportive of this?
I've had nothing to do with
Are you supportive of these onesies?
I'm supportive of vaccines.
Are you supportive of this clothing, which is militantly anti-vaccine?
I am supportive of vaccines. I will. I want good science, and I want to protect.
But you will not tell the organization you founded not to continue selling that product. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blackburn.
No.
Thank you so much, Mr.
They get to do
Chairman,
what they want.
and thank you so much for being with us today.
Whatever the fuck it
And
is.
I have no doubt that you will be confirmed and you are going to do such a solid job for the people of this country. And I do have several
no matter
issues
what,
I wanted to talk
whatever,
with you
if
about.
you want to deny
and
someone,
shouldn't
you want
have
to
time
deny the
cover
executive
them
branch
all
their choice,
when we
then guess
met
what? It's
prior
called
to the
fucking
meeting.
phone call.
Rural health care is very important to me. And the
FaceTime.
people of Tennessee,
I would just let them
78
be
of our
here. You know
95
what?
counties
I'm allowed to have
are
guests.
rural counties. Now, over the last few years, we've seen hospital
What
closures.
is it we need done?
So we have focused on access
just keep moving
in
forward no
rural
matter what.
areas. And my rural health
Can't
agenda,
tell me what
which
to
is
do. I'm the fucking
bipartisan,
executive branch.
focuses on innovation, telehealth, access points. It focuses on work shortages, and also Senator Warner and I have together focused on making certain that we address the area wage index and do that fairly for our
Defund
citizens
Nazism
that
on
are
a
in
planetary
rural
level.
communities. So So I would like a commitment from
The
you
pain and suffering
that
terror.
when confirmed, you
When you're
and
ready
your
to stop
CMS
suffering your citizen
administrator
civilian
will
population,
work
you
with
can get it
us
back at
to
that.
make certain that the
back at that
area
deal.
wage index is balanced and that it is fair to rural areas.
But right now you have cage locations, and you're saying you're also not at war, so it's kind of confusing to me in this land of freedom.
Country, and that is catastrophic for our entire country. And I talked a little bit about my commitment to rural health earlier in this hearing.
How is this in my benefit? To be saving some other fucking militia being.
Price points, as you know, are set by Congress.
It doesn't make sense.
And not by HHS. I will certainly, and I know Dr. Oz will certainly work with you to make them sensible.
We look forward to that. Also, you and I, before you came forward as the secretary, the nominee, we had talked in years past about over-medicating youth and concerns over that. And I was looking at a report from TennCare, which is our Medicaid program in Tennessee. And I was concerned when I saw a number that TennCare had spent $90 million in 2024 alone on ADHD. This was 417,000 of our children. And $90 million. To me, that is heartbreaking, what is happening there. So how will you prioritize oversight of prescribing practices while promoting alternative solutions such as counseling, behavioral therapies, community-based interventions for our youth?
Exactly, and that's the solution. 15% of American youth are now on Adderall or some other ADHD medication. Even higher percentages are on SSRIs and benzos. We are not just over-medicating our children, we're over-medicating our child population. Half the pharmaceutical drugs on Earth are now sold here. 70% of the profits from pharmaceutical companies are from the United States, even though we only have 4.2% of the world's population. Not only that, but a recent study by Cochrane Collaboration founder Peter Ghosh found that pharmaceutical drugs are the third largest cause of death in our country after heart attacks and cancers. Oh, they're not making us healthier. We need community health initiatives. We need access to treatment. We need exercise. We need better food.
Okay, let me talk to you about one of those access points in treatment. And this highlights a problem we have in the federal Medicaid law. Since Medicaid's enactment, states have been prohibited from using Medicaid funds for care provided by institutions for mental disease. We refer to them as IMDs. These are psychiatric hospitals, residential treatment facilities with more than 16 beds. This is a discriminatory exclusion, and it denies payment for medically necessary care based on the illness that is being treated, and it has perpetuated unequal coverage in mental health care. So if you're confirmed, when you're confirmed, will you commit to working with me on repealing this discriminatory exclusion and ensuring equal access to mental health care for Medicaid beneficiaries?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you so much. I've got a question on PBM reform, one on artificial intelligence in healthcare. In the interest of time, I will yield back. I look forward to seeing you help make us healthy again.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Lujan.
What? No,
It's still going.
you're next. I'm next.
Excuse me, just. I made a mistake. It's Senator Cantwell.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on your nomination, Mr. Kennedy. And I've been absent only because I've been in another hearing with the nominee to be the Commerce Secretary. So I will review everything that you've said today and look at that diligently. But one of the things that I wanted to discuss with you is I represent a very big innovation state. and innovation in healthcare specifically. Innovation like NIH funding to the Fred Hutch Cancer Center that helped develop the HPV vaccine, which has the potential to eliminate over 95% of cervical cancer. NIH also funds a lot of jobs and grants, nearly 11,000 people in the state of Washington, and over $1.2 billion worth of grants. So while I agree with you on healthy foods, I definitely am troubled by the medical research side of innovation and some of the things that you have said. In fact, this issue about laying off 600 employees at NIH, or giving the fact that, to quote, give infectious disease a break for 8 years. So we've had a chance to talk about this a little bit, but the most striking example of this is when COVID hit. And we were the first in the nation. We had the first case, and it really was the fast response by the University of Washington that really helped save lives. So I just want to know that, are you aware of how harmful these issues could be for public health? That public health in and of itself could be affected by these kind of anti-science views?
Senator, I have always been a science person, a pro-science person. I believe in evidence-based medicine and gold standard science. When I said, and I've explained this before you came in, that 600 people out of a workforce of 91,000 is pretty typical. Last year alone, President Biden replaced 3,000 people at HHS and 700 at NIH. I want to say this. I said give infectious disease a break because that's been the principal preoccupation. Infectious disease, chronic disease is 92%, accounts for 92% of deaths in this country, and almost nothing is studied at NIH about the etiology of our chronic disease epidemic.
But right now,
the money is going to infectious disease.
I get your point. It's an interesting point. The problem is, we had to respond, and it's actually the Gates Foundation and a flu cohort that figured out what was wrong, and that we had an outbreak of COVID that was going beyond the very first case. And so we had to build a very fast response. So I take this too. The University of Washington has conducted groundbreaking stem cell research on fetal tissue. To me, I know there's probably a lot of people that may not agree with this, but we're making regenerative heart tissue now at the University of Washington. So yes or no, do you commit to protecting stem cell research for scientific agencies if confirmed?
I will protect stem cell research. Stem cell research today can be done on umbilical cords, and you don't need fetal tissue.
You'll protect the laws that are on the books today and the research that's done.
My job is, Senator, to enforce the laws.
Okay, so I want to move to PBMs because PBMs are driving up drug prices. And one of the biggest things that we need to do here, I think, in a new administration, is get a handle on everything that is driving up prices and lower them. The report found that PBMs generated $1.4 billion from spread pricing. That is where they are able to basically set the price, not reimburse pharmacies, and then pocket the rest. We've had bipartisan legislation in several different committees now to get at this. What do you think the solution is?
I think one of the really notable achievements
maybe if there's more available,
was the PBM legislation that they put together in a bipartisan way. I haven't met a single senator, well, actually one only, but
Russia produces honey, but you kind of want the honey local for the most benefits.
There was, and work, President Trump, during his first administration,
For the local pollen.
through a law,
But remember, there's an airstream.
PBMs that got overruled
Multiple
during the Biden
airstreams.
administration. Luckily, this panel is resuscitating that. President Trump is absolutely committed to fixing the PBMs.
My time is running out, so I just want to clarify.
you
Frozen
believe that we
honey,
should
but
pass these laws that now have been proposed
Go
in
ahead.
the
I
Senate?
haven't read the entire law, so I don't know, but I think that we need to reform the PBMs. I think we need
But,
to
somebody
get rid of
suggested,
all of these vested interests that are draining money from the system.
okay, somebody suggested though that you should convene the PBMs and talk to them about some sort of self-regulation.
Unrefrigerated
So
frozen
I'm trying
honey.
to
Maybe that should be
distinguish
more
between these people who
in
basically are doing illegal
our candy
activities
option.
and ripping off, really, they're creating pharmacy
It
deserts
doesn't
in
go
my
bad.
state. So I'm asking you whether you believe that we have
Hit
to
two birds with
legislate
one
in
fucking
this area.
stone, huh?
Again, I'm not being evasive. I just don't know exactly what the law says. I met with the PBMs. I met with Pharma. My job is to meet with all the stakeholders. I've been meeting with stakeholders for 40 years.
Don't
People I
hit
was
two
suing,
birds
people I was
with one stone. Feed
want to hear from
two
the other
birds with
side.
one seed.
Well,
That doesn't mean I would let the PBMs write their own ticket.
I think
I support the efforts of this committee to come up with bipartisan legislation. President Trump wants to get the excess profits away from the PBMs and send it back to primary care, to patients in this country, to high quality health care.
I'll ask you for the record, since my time's expired, to look at the legislation that came out of the Commerce Committee that defines the legal activities that they are doing to drive up prices, and get us an answer for the record. Thank you, Mr.
In
Chairman.
principle, I support that legislation.
Thank you, and let me just tell you the list as we have to move forward to the ending here. Senator Lujan will be next, followed by Senator Marshall, Senator Warnock, Senator Smith, Senator Young, and
Various
Senator
themes
Welch.
are
Let me
attending
say
this
again, Mr.
attendance.
Chairman, this is a matter of such importance. A number of my colleagues would like a second round, and I think it would be important to offer, say, a modest amount of additional time to get into this on both sides. I know I have some questions. I want my colleagues
He wants
to have the
additional time
opportunity to raise their concerns as well.
for
Well, I've said,
various
as I've
themes.
indicated to you, Senator White, and I'm not going to do a second round. I have been very generous
Some are
with the
opting out.
senators. I think almost every single senator has had 7 minutes at least. And I will give you a second, as is our practice
I think
between the two of us.
I'll then divide my time up with my colleagues.
Okay, you are welcome to do that.
Thank you.
Senator Lujan.
He's really
Mr.
grilling this
Mr. Kennedy,
session.
when we met, you stated to me that it is not your goal to take away programs that work for Americans. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes, Senator.
Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many Americans rely on Medicaid?
It's about 72 million plus the 7 million kids who are on chips.
Appreciate that, 72 million. Yes or no, is it important that expectant mothers and newborns have access to health coverage?
And
Is it important that expectant mothers and newborns have access to health coverage?
absolutely.
Is it important
Mr.
that
Kennedy, do you
expected
know how many babies
mothers and
born in this
newborns
country are covered through Medicaid?
have access to health coverage? He says, yes, it's important.
I would guess, I don't know the answer, I would guess about that is 30 million.
I have it, Mr. Kennedy. Well, 41% of 1.4 million babies births are financed by Medicaid, according to the National Center for Health Statistics. Yes or no, do you believe that Medicaid is a critical program?
I believe that Medicaid is a critical program, but that it's not working as well as it ought to be. And President Trump has asked me
Coming
to
close
make
to
it
the
work better. That most Americans
discussion
are
about
not
the bill.
happy
I
with
think it's
it.
at 10.
The premiums are too high. The deductibles are too high.
Fucking see
And
it.
everybody's getting sicker. Too much money is going to
Mr.
the
Kennedy?
insurance industry.
I have a series of yes or no questions. They're pretty simple. Because you heard we're not going to get a second round of questions, I ask for your indulgence to be able to give them yes or no. In New Mexico, as you know, Medicaid is often measured state by state. It might surprise you if you look at some of those surveys. In New Mexico, the response was 90% of New Mexicans on Medicaid report satisfaction in getting care. 80% getting specialist care, 85% getting urgent care, 95% ease of filings out of focus. Not to pick on any one of my colleagues, but in Louisiana, 86% of people on Medicaid are satisfied with their interactions. 83% are satisfied getting care. 85% are satisfied getting specialized care. 82% getting urgent care. I can go on state by state, but we don't have the time today. Yes or no, do you support cutting Medicaid or reducing, and especially in an area where you and I spoke about with the federal investment in Medicaid, which is known as FMAP?
President Trump has not told me to that he wants to cut Medicaid. He's told me to make it better.
Not satisfied with their care. I thought they were talking about the sessions.
Let me ask you this way.
They're talking about what's available. Yeah, they need everything needs to become more available. When we get rid of these invasion things, everything will be more fucking available. And when we defund the fucking Nazism, everything will become more available. So if you want things more available, you gotta choose from the fucking pool of funds what you fucking want. Do you want Nazism and cages and dungeons? Or do you want fucking walls and you want health and you want fucking land?
Well, Mr. Chairman, so it needs to be extended to everyone. As Mr. Kennedy said,
develop
we should
fucking
respect
land,
each other
most of
when
it.
we have a difference of opinion. We're just trying to do our jobs here and trying to ask questions. That's all. And that's all I'm doing, Mr. Kennedy, folks. So
You're saying I don't really give a fuck about what things really look like.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that very much. Mr.
I could
Kennedy,
live anywhere,
do you know
dude.
how many states
I
will
could
end
flip
their
anything into
Medicaid
anything.
expansion if the federal share of Medicaid drops?
Well, there's 40 states that have signed on to
Telling
the
you these
expansion.
fucking invasion beings are throwing everything the fuck off.
So it's
Mexico's the most obese country on the fucking planet. And just so happens, oh, we have diabetes medication. Oh, you know, well, these beings, you know, don't have it here, but they have it here. These invasion fucking beings healing themselves, being graciously returned home.
I agree we can always do better, and we must be doing better in America.
Now they're out there wearing masks.
Shown to improve health outcomes, including
Now you got a mask on, I
and access
see.
to
Okay.
preventative care as well. And there's some areas, Mr. Kennedy, that you and I touched on specific to Native American communities. One of the concerns that I have are these programs matter to folks. You shared your passion about caring for folks. I believed that passion. My question in this area is, as you know, when folks are doing research and they're going to check to see if medicine works on someone, if they're not included in that trial, it often doesn't help them. That's what all the evidence shows. So what are you going to do when programs are eliminated to require the inclusion of Native Americans in clinical trials when it comes to life-saving medicine?
I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that there's Native Americans in clinical trials. As I said to you when I visited your office, I spent 20% of my career working on
The Native Americans will not be affected by any decisions here, is what he's saying. And if they want to be included in a clinical trial, then they can go ahead and include themselves in these trials. But they're not going to be forced to take anything because, like I said, with dealing with the immune system, it all depends on how strong the immune system is. Let's not get to experimenting, especially when these things have been proven to be deadly or have adverse effects. Every fucking aspect of
will have direct impact on
our vaccination
also,
process.
one of my priorities is to
I appreciate that. I have a follow-up.
If they're isolated, they aren't coming in contact with these things, and then they come in contact with things that are, or you force them to endure contact
just repeat that again. I'm
through the vaccination process. That's how it works. It's a weakened version of the virus that they inject you and infect you with.
Yes.
I appreciate that. Will you
your immune system then builds the immunity, the memory, and now you have the memory while the memory as if you endured the actual virus, but you don't have any apparent symptoms.
I'm working with you to make sure that the physicians are adequately staffed.
I will follow
I'm
up in
wondering
writing
if
the
these
specific
fucking
areas because
vaccines
I
are
think there's some
contributing to the
commonality
spread
here,
of the
but
various
answers matter.
viruses
And so I'd like to get those
and
as timely as
flus.
possible. The
You're out
last
here
thing, Mr.
fucking,
Chairman, that
you're
I'll say is
vaccinated, but you can
one of
still
the
spread it. And
conversations I
if your
had
vaccine
last
is
before
made with
this
a
hearing
weakened version,
was with the family that I've been working with
fucking
to
breathing it out on
work with my
someone,
Republican colleagues when it comes to autism and federal programs. And making a difference in these families'
at
lives.
least while
and
it's
this little girl's
active.
life.
Once your
What I'm
immune system
asking
kills it
now,
off,
Mr.
which is about
Chairman,
2
is
weeks,
unanimous consent to enter into the record an article
then
from
it's an
Autism
inactive
Speaks titled,
thing.
quote,
But
Do
yeah, who
Vaccines
knows
Cause
about that? I
Autism,
mean,
end quote.
that's something I just realized
And I'll
now.
note that the first sentence states, quote,
You could be
vaccines
breathing out this
do not
fucking
cause
vaccine
autism, end quote. Thank you, I
vaccine.
yield back.
Without objection. And before we move on, we've had a request from several quarters for a quick restroom break. We will take a 5-minute recess. I'm sorry to those remaining 5 or 6 senators who must wait a few minutes, but we will have a quick break. We will be back as soon as we can.
5-6 minutes.
He has indicated he's open to restricting access to the abortion medication mifepristone, which remains a primary target of the Republican crusade against reproductive freedom. I took this on back in 1990 when I chaired the first congressional hearing on the topic. The science was clear then, it's even clearer today. Mifepristone is safe. The only reason it's under question in 2025 is because people with a political agenda have been
That's why I don't go on the reservations, because I don't know what's what. It's not the USA law. It's not USA land. So I'm staying the fuck away, pretty much. They're just now getting internet, so we'll have contact then, but I'm still holding off for a while till
into chaos yesterday.
this Nazism is
Republicans in
eliminated.
Congress are proposing deep cuts to the program that will rip away health care from millions of Americans who count on this vital lifeline. Cuts to Medicaid of this magnitude are going to jack up the cost of health insurance. It'll shutter nursing homes and rural hospitals, deprive seniors and Americans with disabilities of home-based care. That approach amounts to handing over our nation's health system to for-profit insurance companies who've made a fortune delaying and denying care. Mr. Kennedy has virtually no knowledge or experience in handling these issues. It leaves him unprepared to take on a crisis like the nation witnessed yesterday when the Trump Budget Office shut down the federal Medicaid payment portal. After a careful review of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s statements, actions, and views, materials that I have reviewed personally and closely, I've reached the conclusion that he should not be entrusted with the health and well-being of the American people. When he's taken every side of every issue, how can this committee and the American people believe he has anything to say? Let me close by saying I believe more strongly than ever, and I have specialized in healthcare during my time in public service, that we're at a turning point with regard to healthcare in America. If there's one word to describe Americans' feelings towards the healthcare system, it's disillusion. At every single turn, people feel like they're rolling a load of dice, loaded dice, when they try to get healthcare. Americans are justifiably angry, fed up, and tired of a system that puts profits over patients.
You're not allowed to play dice in California.
Instead of debating meaningful ways to improve Americans' health care, now the committee is being forced to relitigate settled science about vaccines and whether or not the federal government should help Americans get affordable health care. I know where Democrats on this finance committee stand when it comes to an agenda to lower costs and improve care. I must say, I cannot say the same about the nominee sitting in front of me. And
what he wants to know is, are you going to allow people to cut their dick off?
Mills from Portland, Oregon.
I want to fuck a male that has a pussy.
For America, and I'd like to enter a statement from her organization into the record at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection. Thank you, Ranking Member Wyden. Mr. Kennedy, in a few moments, you will be given the opportunity
But that's
to
too
make your
controversial
opening
to talk
statement and
about, so I'm
respond
going to
to
just
these
focus
attacks
on
and other
vaccine. What did
questions
he say
that
about the
the
vaccine?
members
Let
of
me
this
make this
committee
guy
have.
look bad.
I would say that with regard to the attack on Medicaid that we just heard, that was a false attack. It's been proven false overnight.
Joan Nielsen mentioned my name. There was a significant amount of time yesterday where there was bedlam across the country over the status of the Medicaid portals. I hope it's being corrected, but there were problems all through the day.
There certainly were attacks yesterday. The problem has been clarified and Medicaid portal is fully operational.
Someone's, what is it called?
Mr. Kennedy, before
Someone's
I turn the
offspring
time
is
over to
on
you
their
to
staff.
share your opening statement, I would like
Also
to give
on
you a
their
brief
staff, you know.
introduction. The son of Senator Robert F. Kennedy and nephew of President John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy Jr. has been an advocate for consumers since 1985. After graduating from Harvard University,
Doesn't it
Mr.
sound
Kennedy
pretty
studied
fucking
at the
faggot
London
to
School
force
of
someone
Economics and received his
into
law
a
degree
cage with
from
someone
the
that has the
University of
same fucking
Virginia Law School and
digestive
a
tract?
master's degree in environmental law.
You're not
from
allowed to
Pace
see anyone.
University.
Well, also, we don't want any fucking
He's founded
faggots, but for
two
some
advocacy
reason, these
groups and has
Bethlehem
spent the last
motherfuckers are
40
always
years
forcing
working to restore
motherfuckers
and protect
into
children's
cages,
health.
finding more ways to
He
force
was a former
motherfuckers into
independent
cages.
candidate in the 2024
You know what I'm saying?
presidential
Doctors,
election.
women, whatever it
And
is. How can you say they're not invasion beings? They're housing and aiding one invasion. They're ideologically another invasion, enacting another country and continent's book of law.
In announcing his nomination, President Trump stated, Mr. Kennedy will restore these agencies to the traditions of gold standard scientific research
Nazism
and
is
beacons of
faggotism.
transparency and end the
Bethlehem
chronic
is now
disease
Nazi
epidemic
Israel.
and make America great
Welcome to
and healthy again.
2025.
Before you give your opening statement, Mr. Kennedy, I have 4 obligatory questions that we ask all nominees before this committee. First, is there anything that you are aware of in your background that might present a conflict of interest with the duties of the office to which you have been nominated?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do you know of any reason, personal or otherwise, that would in any way prevent you from fully and honorably discharging the responsibilities
I'm wondering
of the
if there's
office to
anybody
which you
out
have
there
been
that
nominated?
has the
No, I
click
do not.
reaction with the
Do
Alzheimer's.
you agree without
When did
reservation
Jesus die?
to
Oh,
respond to any reasonable
no.
summons to appear and testify before
When he finds out
any
his fucking dad is
constituted
dead.
committee of Congress, if you are confirmed?
Yes, I do.
No.
And finally, do you commit to providing
He's
a
been dead
prompt
for
response in
such
writing
and
to
such
any
a-
questions
He's been
addressed
dead
to
for
you by any senator of
2025
this
years.
committee?
Yes,
Oh,
I do.
no.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. And before you begin, if you would like to, you may introduce your wife and children.
Yes. My wife, Cheryl Hines, is here.
He was supposed to show me the quarter
My
trick.
daughter, Kate Kennedy. My son, Bobby Kennedy. His wife, Amaryllis
walk on
Fox
water.
Kennedy. And my nephew.
The federal government, that it's a very real thing. Moms, dads, grandparents across the country grab me and say, look, why do 20% of our children now, why are they on a prescription drug? So, Mr. Kennedy, what is your prescription to help make America healthy again? What's your vision? What does that look like to you?
Get ready for a lot more to be on him.
Thank you, Senator Marshall. We're having epidemics of all these chronic
They always got to
illnesses,
separate it out. The
autoimmune
prescription
diseases,
drug.
neurological diseases, allergic
Emphasis
diseases,
on the prescription part.
obesity. When my
Prescription
uncle was
drug.
president, 3% of Americans were obese. Today, 74% of Americans are obese or overweight. No other country has anything like this. In Japan, the obesity rate is still 3%.
RC really has everything for your home. Our selection makes it easy to update any area in your...
Something is poisoning the American people. And we know that the primary culprits are changing food supply, the switch to highly chemical intensive processed foods. We have 10,000 ingredients in our country, in our foods. The Europeans have only 400. If you buy McDonald's French fries in our country, there's 11 ingredients, my understanding. In Europe, there's only 3. If you buy Fruit Loops in our country, they're loaded with food dyes, with yellow dye, red dye, blue dye, and many other ingredients. The same company makes the same product with different ingredients for Canada and Europe. And Asia, we don't have good science on all of these things. And that is deliberate. That's a deliberate choice not to study the things that are truly making us sick and are not only contributing to chronic disease, but to mortalities from infectious disease. We need to get a handle on this because if we don't, it's an existential threat. Our country is not going to be destroyed because we get the marginal tax rate wrong or because we get one of these culture war issues that we've been talking about today wrong. It's going to be destroyed if we continue down this trajectory of chronic disease. We need to fix our food supply, and that's the number one.
2 point something away. Do you think I would like to have lettuce with my
processed foods on the other end of this food chain are my farmers and ranchers back home? Would you just take a second
One
and
issue is
share
transportation,
your
but
compassion,
for some reason,
how you feel about
billionaire,
farmers and ranchers, that they respond to
I would
the
love
market.
to have
They don't
lettuce with my
dictate the
fucking
market, they
dressing
grow
right
what the
here.
market is wanting them to grow.
But
And Senator Hawley told me the other day
it's
that
not
his
available.
brother-in-laws are all farmers.
It does go
And
bad.
he
This
said
thing
4 out of
does
every
not go
5
bad.
of his brother-in-laws
Okay, so when you guys
has
want to
Parkinson's disease.
have
And
that
that
delivery
kind of cluster
available,
we're seeing
like I
across
said,
farm
transportation is
country
an
of
issue for
cancers,
me. So it'd be
autoimmune
nice to have
diseases,
Amazon get their shit together.
obesity, etc.
These billionaires.
Oh, it's
Now
and
the
we can
taxes
now
have been
not
cut.
export American food to
And we
Europe
can,
because the Europeans won't take
import
our
our
food.
country on this
That's not good for farmers. We're also destroying our soil because some of the chemicals that farmers use destroy the microbiome. And that causes the erosion of the soil. You can't get water infiltration. Water pools up and it washes the soil off. Agronomists now estimate that we only have, if we continue doing these processes, only 60 harvests left before our soil is gone. So farmers are using seeds and chemicals that are, over the long term, are costing them and us. And what we need to do is we need to support the farmers. We need the farmers as partners if we're going to make them work. And I don't want a single farmer to go out of business under our watch. I don't regulate farms. If I'm privileged to be confirmed, I'm not regulating farms. That's under USDA. But I want to partner with all of my decisions with USDA and with the farm community to make sure that we don't lose more farmers in this country, but that we also transition. We offer and incentivize transitions to regenerative agriculture, to no-till agriculture, and to less chemically intensive. And by the way, I've also met with the chemical industry and the fertilizer and herbicide companies, and they want to do the same thing. Oh, and I think we're on the trajectory to do that, and we need to incentivize initiatives to accelerate that trajectory.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, the great news is that my farmers in Kansas are selling products to Europe. That today's regenerative practices, soil health, all those things are priorities for Kansas farmers. Many of us are doing many of those things already. We just need it to be more widespread. If I could just wrap up my remarks, though, is that, again, going back to the big picture here, 60% of Americans have a chronic disease. Mr. Kennedy, I believe for such a time as this that you're not just one of 300 million people. I think that you are the person to lead HHS to make America healthy again, that God has a divine purpose for you, and I look forward to your confirmation and working with you to make America healthy again.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Warner.
Thank you so much, Chairman Crapo and Ranking Member Wyden. It's great to be here. Mr. Kennedy, welcome. Welcome to you and to your family. Thank you for meeting with me a few days ago. I'd like to follow up, if I might, with some of the issues that we discussed in my office. I want to talk to you first about the CDC, or the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. I'm proud of the work that the CDC does, proud that it's located in Georgia with more than 10,000 employees in my state. If confirmed, you would be the cabinet secretary over the CDC. Representing HHS is about 29% of the federal budget. CDC is a part of that. Do you agree that the CDC's work is critical to Georgia, critical for our country, and the health of the entire world?
Yes, Senator.
Senator Isaacson, my Republican predecessor, would have agreed with that. Bless his memory, he was a fierce advocate for the CDC, as am I. The CDC is an agency filled with hard-working, dedicated public health servants. They wake up every single day working to keep us safe. I think we don't think often enough about their work, because it's easy not to celebrate folks who are protecting you from that which doesn't appear because of the work that they're doing. So grateful for the work that the CDC employees do. Some of them are members of my church. I saw that deep commitment firsthand when I visited the CDC just last summer. Mr. Kennedy, you have compared the CDC's
I used to turn on the truck and blast the heater, but I might be one of them.
compared it to sexual abusers in the Catholic Church.
Plugs, but
You also said that many of them belong, this is a direct quote, many of them belong in jail. For me, those are disturbing characterizations of the CDC workers that I know who are trying to keep the American public safe every single day. And as you are presented as the nominee for this position, I need to know, do you stand by those statements that you made in the past, or do you retract those previous statements?
Senator, I don't believe that I ever compared the CDC to Nazi death camps. I support the CDC. My job is not to dismantle or harm the CDC. My job is to empower the scientists if I'm privileged to be confirmed.
So you retract those
I agree.
statements?
I don't want anyone
I'm
fucking
retracting.
caged
I
up.
never said it.
Well, actually, I have a transcript
Of me saying that it's a Nazi death camp?
Let me read your words. It says that the institution CDC and the vaccine program, is your description of their work, is more important than the children that it's supposed to protect. And you know, it's the same reason we had a pedophile scandal in the Catholic Church. It's because people were able to convince themselves that the institution of the church was more important than these little boys and girls.
It's always these fucking Catholic fucking Bethlehem beings that are found fucking touching up on some fucking little boys.
This is like Nazi death camp.
Let this 35-year-old being into your life.
Your words. I mean,
Let him
what
into your
happens?
soul
What happened
and
to
your
these
body.
kids? 1 in 31
Do you feel
boys
him now?
in this country,
Yeah, I feel him.
their minds are being robbed from them.
Let this
I was
mammal,
not
let this adult
comparing
male
the
into
CDC
your
to
life,
Nazi
into
death
your
camps. I
body
was
and soul.
comparing the injury rate to our children to other atrocities. And I wouldn't compare of course, the CDC to Nazi death camps to the extent that any statement that I made has been interpreted that way. Yeah, I don't agree with that. In 2003, the United States Congress Government Oversight Committee ended an over-a-year investigation.
All
of
I
the
want
CDC
is for it to be optional.
and used almost that same language.
That's what I
They
want.
said that the CDC, but just one
I don't
division,
want anyone
one
ever
branch
being
of the
forced to
Immunization Safety
spike their
Office
fucking protein ever again.
had put institutional self-interest and pharmaceutical profits ahead of the welfare
If someone
and
wants to
health of
risk
American
giving their
children.
kid
So that
polio,
was a conclusion by Congress. I
ahead.
repeat
Well,
that.
I'm asking you because you're the nominee for HHS. It sounds like you stand by those statements.
beware when you get it though. I mean, you could be breathing it on each other. I wonder if that's phenomena.
There's nothing I'm going to do that is going to harm
Breathe-
CDC.
if
I
two
want to
people have
make sure
vaccine
that our
that they're
science is
breathing out.
science,
So
and it's free from that same
What if it's 6
government
people?
oversight investigation committee the panels, the ACIP panel within CDC, I think 97% of the people on it had conflicts. I don't believe that that's right. I think we need to end those conflicts and make sure that scientists are doing unobstructed science.
So I want to enter this statement, by the way, into the record without objection.
Without objection.
Last week, the White House gagged HHS and the CDC, preventing them from communicating all important public health information to anyone, including all of our allies, including our allies in the United States and global disease prevention. Can you just answer yes or no, because I'm running out of time? Do you agree with that action?
I was not consulted on it, but that's pretty much standard operating procedure for incoming administration.
So you agree with the action that gagged HHS and CDC from communicating important public health information?
That directive made sure that no public health and only non-essential travel and mass communications were temporarily suspended pending the confirmation of a new HHS secretary. This is standard operating procedure for every administration.
I get it. I don't think what we've seen over the last several days is standard operation for new administration. I think we're seeing some unprecedented action.
In the market for a pro-level plasma cutter, you need to check out the titanium 65 amp.
Federal employees were actually invited to resign, these buyouts. And I got text messages and folks I know work from the CDC that do this important work who got that note. And it's really important because my experience is that when you send out that kind of note, the folks who resign
These motherfuckers can
are the
really
folks
talk.
who you least likely want to see resign. They got other options.
Yeah, we're getting to the vote here.
They're gifted folks. They got a lot of expertise. They have options. A lot of them are doing this work because of their patriotism, because of their commitment. Do you agree with the buyouts that were presented to CDC employees just last night?
I agree. At the vast majority of the scientists and experts at CDC are patriots and good government servants.
Can you tell me yes or no?
I don't think anybody's going to resign who's committed to making America healthy.
Can you just answer yes? Okay, you agree with the buyouts. In our meeting, I asked you to confirm your support for the Affordable Care Act. You also mentioned that you and President Trump want to fix the ACA by making premiums more affordable. Can you answer me yes or no? As I don't have a lot of time. Did you know that tax credits that help families afford health insurance and save Georgians an average of $531 per month per person are set to expire at the end of the year? Did you know that?
I do.
We need to move on. Do you support Congress extending these tax credits so that Americans can continue to afford health care?
Congress has to make its own decisions about that. My instructions for President Trump
you're saying
is to make
I'm having a lot of trouble getting the witness to answer yes or no to a yes or no question. And I've got one more question.
We're almost at 9 minutes.
A senator is asking him what will Congress do.
Answer yes or no. Yes or no. Do you
answer yes or no to a question that's not susceptible to an honest yes or no answer.
Okay, we need to move on. I think that the fact that you find it difficult to answer basic questions is deeply troubling for me as you present yourself as a nominee to run HHS. Thank you so very much.
I've been in courts all over the country and
Mr.
prosecutors.
Chairman, you told me I'm out of time, and let's continue to filibuster even after I said I'm done.
Senator Smith.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, and welcome, Mr. Kennedy. So, Mr. Kennedy, I don't have a question for you on abortion. I think that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle have covered this, but I want to say I can respect people who have different views than mine on this issue, but it's hard for me to respect people who won't give a straight answer to what they think on this issue in particular. Mr. Chair, I just want to note that I understand that anti-choice advocates have said that in these hearings they were looking to hear Mr. Kennedy provide some reassurance that he is on their side, and I'm not hearing that. And I think most Americans are looking for some hint that the decisions that people make about abortion
Oh, wait,
should be
one more
personal
song.
and private, and they should be free to make those decisions without government interference, and I'm not hearing that either. To make it worse, the answers that you have given tell me that the Trump administration is more than willing to restrict or even ban medication abortion without a single act of Congress, and even in states where abortion is legal. And what is clear to me is that you and President Trump are dangerous to women's access to mifepristone. So having said that, I want to move to a different topic. Mr. Kennedy, I appreciate Senator Cornyn's questions about mental and behavioral health, something that I care a lot about. I know that you and your family have had personal experience with mental health challenges, as have I. And I agree that the mental health crisis in this country
They want to
is a
say
crisis.
the White House is a danger.
So let me ask you,
and blame him for these dangers, and he's not in the White House yet. You got to swear him in still. And they want to blame him for something that is entirely out of his control.
There is no time in American history or human history that kids were going to shoot schools
All their own
and shooting their
choice.
classmates. It really started happening coterminous with the introduction of these drugs, with Prozac and with other drugs. So do you believe, as you've said, that antidepressants cause school shootings? This should be a simple question.
I believe the trolling leads to the depression, and I think the trolling and the fucking harassment from these invasion beings is what leads to the fucking school shootings.
Social media. But I don't know. I would never.
All ages are together at lunchtime in high school. So you have in 16. I mean, in Mexico, you're fucking 16 and you're an adult. So for 2 years or a year, you could be in their militia. Come up here at 17 and you're fucking harassing motherfuckers.
My question is,
Whether the militia is government or cartel.
well, that is, Mr. Kennedy, do you think that
What
people
is
who take
government? You know what I'm saying? When you're
antidepressants are
we the
dangerous?
people. I'd say it's an invasion. It's fucking fake beef out there.
Into HHS, if I'm privileged to be confirmed with any.
They all seem to get along out here.
To impose any preconceived ideas that
It's
I may
all
have.
fucking
I'm just
fake
wanting to
beef.
have good science.
So you're not saying that they aren't dangerous, which means that they could be dangerous. Let me ask you this.
That's not true.
You've described Americans who take mental health medications as addicts who need to be sent to wellness farms to recover. Is that what you believe?
No, of course I didn't say that anybody should be compelled to do anything.
No, but you said they should be sent.
I said they should be available to them. I didn't say they should be sent.
You said that folks that take antidepressants are like addicts. That I can provide that,
I think they should have the availability. Listen, I know people, including members of my family, who've had a much worse time getting off of SSRIs than they did than people have getting off of heroin. It's the withdrawal period is, I mean, and it's written on the label.
I have some experience with this myself.
Why are there so many side effects in all these depression medications? Why is there no side effect on cannabis?
I had the resources to help me get through it, including
The only side effect is euphoria.
SSRI uptake inhibitors, which help to clear my mind,
These
get me back
irrelevant fucking drugs.
and a wife and a productive.
It's now Nazi Schedule 3, which means it's no longer a Class A Section 1 fucking felony. It is medication now. It's classified as medication. That means Tylenol. You can go to the fucking store now, and it's medication.
That you say, Mr. Kennedy, they live on. They have impact. And, we're having this conversation at the same moment that my Republican colleagues are looking to try to figure out how to save money any way they can. And so they want to cut Medicaid. Let's just think about this for a minute, because you're going to be, should you be confirmed, you would be responsible for CMS, which provides mental.
All right, let me put this down, and I'm going to go fucking turn my thing off.
Close to 40% of folks on Medicaid.
Let me actually put it right.
And you would be part of this administration.
Just saw some mess there.
Medicaid. So, Mr. Kennedy, these statements to school shootings, they reinforce the stigma that people who experience mental health every day face every single day. And I'm very concerned that this is another example of your record of sharing false and misleading information that actually really hurts people.
Are you mischaracterizing my statement?
I am only
putting into the record what you have said to me.
Mischaracterizing my statement.
That's my concern. Are you going to allow people to be
I'm
farmers?
happy that you had a good experience.
Are you going to allow people to do medication that prevents cancer? Or do we all have to play this fucking guessing game?
HHS to be putting out misinformation about
There's no withdrawal for cannabis because no physical withdrawal. You could be mentally addicted to anything.
the stigma and the fear that we're actually trying to overcome.
Do you think physicians, when they make that prescription, ought to have access to good science?
Of course they do. And
I don't call it withdrawal, I call it sobriety. That's what life feels like without your bliss bliss
I
device.
was saying the science needed to be done. I was saying these are potential culprits. Were coterminous, and I named other things. I said video games. I said social media. I said SSRIs. SSRIs have a black box warning of suicidal.
Mr. Chair, I will submit to the chair the information that I have about what Mr. Kennedy has said of linking antidepressants to school shootings. Thank you.
Okay. They do some depressants say the side effect could be suicide. So it's like, you know, yeah, they can actually lead to it.
Vision for the department. You said one of your goals is to return public health agencies to the gold standard of scientific review. You've alluded to the gold standard a number of times today. So I'm going to give you an opportunity, uninterrupted, but hopefully not too extensive, to tell me and others what you mean by this gold standard.
The gold standard means real scientific research with replication of studies, which very rarely happens now at NIH. We should be giving at least 20% of the NIH budgets to replication. We should make sure that all the science is published with the raw data. We should make sure that the peer reviews are also published. And I'll give you a quick example. 20 years ago, NIH scientists did a study on Alzheimer's, which they said it was caused by amyloid plaque. After that, NIH shut down studies of any other hypothesis. 20 years later, we now know that those studies were fraudulent. NIH has funded 800 studies on a fraudulent hypothesis. And we've lost 20 years in figuring out how to cure for Alzheimer's. And that's just one example. I could give you hundreds. We need to end that. We need to end the old boy system. We need to have replicatable science and be completely transparent on raw data.
Thank you, sir. In recent years, particularly during the COVID pandemic,
Something needs to change here.
A lot of skepticism about our public health institutions. Some of this, I would say, is warranted, but it's now created a pervasive lack of trust from the public that these institutions are acting in bad faith or failing to act in with objective criteria, failing, in short, to act in the best interests of the public. If confirmed, Mr. Kennedy, how will you work to regain the public's trust? I suspect it'll take some time in these important public health institutions.
Through radical transparency, I'm going to make these. The reason people don't trust the public health agencies is because they haven't been trustworthy. And you gave the example of COVID. At the beginning of COVID, everybody was rushing to get that vaccine. We had over a 90% vaccination uptake.
Yes, sir.
CDC's most recent recommendation is that Americans take the 8th booster. Only 23% of Americans are complying. That means 77% of Americans no longer trust CDC, and that is the problem.
Yes, sir. In the absence of full information, might it, I think I agree with you, but I want your response. Might it make sense to share that absence of full information with the American people, that uncertainty? I think one of the things, by observation and experience, that I saw during the pandemic was we had certain prominent doctors appear on television and indicate, no, you absolutely must not wear a mask. 2 weeks later, it's yes, you must wear a mask. But they were certain.
And they even demonized people
No
for
one
not
knows.
following the latest science, knowing there's a high level of uncertainty in that science. Would a measure of humility and, as you say, radical transparency demonstrates humility, help rebuild trust over a period of years?
Absolutely. We need to tell Americans what we don't know. We need to make sure studies that reach a null hypothesis are also published. And that doesn't happen.
Sir, I think you are right about why healthcare costs are so high in the first place. The answer is indeed chronic disease. 90% of our healthcare spending goes towards managing it, as you say in your open statement. It's not in the main because of waste, fraud, and abuse, although we know some exist. It's not in the main because we have greedy executives at innovative world-class companies.
Dude.
It's not in the main because we haven't yet adopted an unsustainable Medicare for all scheme. It's because of this. So I'm encouraged that you intend to make that a point of emphasis as it pertains to your future leadership. I will say, with respect to COVID, it's not over for a lot of Americans. It's not over. I know the mission accomplished banner was convenient for the last administration, but as we continue to navigate the ongoing impacts of the COVID pandemic, we have many individuals here in the United States and around the world who are suffering from long-term health effects that significantly impact their quality of life, work, and daily activities, and they've been largely ignored. Funding for long COVID research was appropriated by Congress in December of 2020, followed by additional funding directed by the Biden administration in February 2024. Patient groups and industry publications have criticized the slow pace of clinical trial design and enrollment. If confirmed, will you collaborate with healthcare providers, researchers, and effective communities to better understand and mitigate long COVID's impact? Yes or no, please?
Absolutely, Senator. There's 16 million Americans.
Will you commit to prioritizing long COVID research and integrate this work into broader healthcare policies? Yes or no, please?
Yes.
Patient groups, experts, and industry publications have raised concerns around existing long COVID funding being spent on observational research. In particular, criticism was directed towards recover funding being used to duplicate existing findings instead of funding trials for potential treatments or diagnostics. If confirmed, Mr. Kennedy, will you work with Congress so that going forward, long COVID funding will be directed primarily towards trial or novel research directions and not replicating existing observational research? Yes or no?
Absolutely, Senator, with enthusiasm.
Thank you so much. If confirmed, how will you create a balance between your personal priorities
This is our
of chronic
sponsors.
disease and healthy lifestyle and the ongoing critical work of the
Monday's
department
light.
in areas that are focused on incentivizing and advancing innovation in modern
Remember,
medicine
light
and
beers have more
pharmaceutical
alcohol.
discovery?
I think innovation is going to be the key to public health. And we have a unique opportunity now in history because of AI, because of telemedicine, and because of the quality of people that are now coming to HHS to actually save public health. But it's all going to rely on innovation, and I don't want to do anything that inhibits or impairs the pace of innovation.
That's encouraging. From approving AI algorithms to determining Medicare coverage, we certainly need more innovation, and we need good people in the department to assist with that effort. So I'll follow up with a question about how you're going to attract or retain good people. Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry to shut you down a little faster than I did the others, Senator. We are up against a vote deadline here, and we have one more senator who gets his full time. I hope you'll keep it as close to 5 minutes as you can, Senator Welch. And then I've promised Senator Wyden, 5 more minutes? And then if we can do that, we can get over to vote before they call the vote on the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. And as you know, I'm a big, have great reverence for your family from Massachusetts. When I got out of college, I was in the first class of Robert Kennedy Fellows, the Memorial created by your family to honor the service of your father. I do community organizing in the west side of Chicago. And I certainly admire your energy in your effort here and desire to serve. You know, there's a couple of things that are really important here. This is not just about a debate on vaccines. It's a debate about qualifications, experience, and priorities as to the person that will head Health and Human Services. And it's not just about what your answers are today or what the questions are. It obviously has a lot to do with your whole record and your whole history. Your sister in her letter, your cousin in her letter said, you've always been charismatic, able to attract others through the strength of your personality, willingness to take risk and break rules. That's, I guess, an attribute, but it can be a danger. The question I fundamentally have is whether your willingness to disrupt and maybe break rules is going to be dangerous and destructive. The character questions we didn't go into here, but there's some sketchy things you've acknowledged. Your history with heroin, you've gotten over that. But there's incidents that do, I think, concern the question of whether the stability is there to be in charge of this major organization. And that's compounded by my concern that you don't have any experience managing a large organization, that you don't have any experience in government. So those are things that have to be taken into account. But the issue for me is also priorities. A lot of your engagement in health has been on vaccines, big important issue. You actually disagreed, as I understand it, with President Trump about Operation Warp Speed. I think President Trump deserves a lot of credit for Operation Warp Speed. He knew we had to get a vaccine. And these other issues about a mask and whether you should wear it, whether when you got your groceries, the bag had to be left outside. Remember that in the very beginning? Those are incidental to the core question that the president believed we had to have a vaccine. And you contested that. That worries me. That really deeply worries me. The other questions, Senator Cassidy asked you some questions about our healthcare system. I happen to believe that our healthcare system is profoundly broken. And it's not just about the chronic illnesses. That's about our diet. That's about our exercise. But we are getting premium increases in Vermont of 20% a year, 25% a year. And it's busting the bank for taxpayers. It's busting the bank for our wonderful Vermont employers who care about having health insurance that they can provide to their employees. Senator Cassidy asked you a couple of questions about how you would reform Medicaid, and I didn't hear an answer. You mentioned that you thought Medicare Advantage was good. You have a good plan. No focus on what an incredible ripoff was reported in the Wall Street Journal by United Healthcare, which was marketing Medicare Advantage and then paying doctors and nurses where they had assignments essentially to diagnose illnesses that didn't exist. So they made billions and billions of dollars. And I've seen nothing coming out of the Trump administration, and I've seen nothing coming out of your advocacy that is going after what is a rampant abuse by the insurance companies and overcharging people and not doing the job. And by the way, the United Healthcare people, when they did that, they overdiagnosed. When the person really got sick, they dumped them. Go to the nursing home on your own. That's a broken healthcare system. We spend the most and get the least. And I think there should be collective.
I've been up since like 4 in the morning, I think.
On both sides, because all of our people are dependent on that healthcare system. And you're going to be
Pretty
working
early.
for a president who's on a lawless rampage right now. Okay? He has done something reckless with the pardons to these cop beaters. I'm appalled by that. But that's just reckless. That's not illegal. He's impounded money. So right now, the Medicaid website went down. He's impounded money. So the community health centers that Senator Warner was talking about are up in the air as to what they can do. Do you believe that a president can impound money that has been appropriated by Congress?
Senator,
Yes.
let me answer
question about Medicare first.
You're not allowed to be an invasion
I
militia.
have never defended that program.
You're not allowed to thief speech. You're not allowed to house and aid the enemy.
Or the PBMs. I understand that's a huge problem. And
All right, I don't have time. We've got to get over to vote. So we can do this.
But you've asked me 5 questions. You got to give me a chance to answer one of them.
Please be brief.
Yeah, I brought in, if I get confirmed, I've already appointed a general counsel. The first time in history, he's a former prosecutor who prosecuted the biggest Medicare fraud in the case in the state.
The program will give you up to $7,300, and you can use that money to pay for school or any school.
Precisely, which was the important issues that you raised here. The only reason I didn't talk about these before is because I wasn't asked about them.
What about
I agree with you 100%.
What about impounding? The president impounding money that, among other things, goes to health.
And you're saying
Farmland should not be taxed. If you're agriculture, you should not be paying property tax because you're not supposed to be taxing food. That will drop prices.
I will administer the law and uphold the Constitution.
Don't take if allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine
Defund Nazism.
Mr. Chairman, I believe under what we've discussed, I control 5 minutes. I'm going to take one, give one to each of my 4 colleagues.
All right, and I would just say this vote, they're going to call it in about 8 minutes.
Thank you.
So we have very little time.
2 hours ago, colleagues, I asked Mr. Kennedy to reconcile his many anti-vaccine statements with his handful of pro-vaccine
Nausea, diarrhea,
statements.
vomiting.
Instead,
It can cause dehydration and kidney disorder.
and ducked the issue. The same was true.
Wow.
Mr. Kennedy, with
Pretty sure
respect to
cannabis
measles.
does the
We weren't
opposite of that.
Playing down the threat of measles, even though American families are very concerned about it, and apparently families are still mourning in Samoa. And my last point would be that Mr. Kennedy said today really wasn't about him. And I just want to tell him it is all about you. Because I find your presentation to be both untrustworthy and unprepared. Because my colleagues have been seeing back and forth between Medicare and Medicaid, and it's not clear which programs you're using when. So I want colleagues to know there is a lot more information to learn about Mr. Kennedy before we vote. I'm going to urge that to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to not make decisions on the basis of this session. I thank you for the additional time. And I guess my next minute is Senator Whitehouse, Senator Warren, and Senator Smith.
And again, 1 minute, please. There's been a lot of conversation about late-term abortions here, and I just want to make clear what Rhode Island OBGYN doctors describe as what is almost always happening when a late-term abortion is needed. It is a childbirth gone wrong. The family has painted the room,
An after-birth abortion.
the crib, maybe even decided on the baby's name, and has gone to the hospital to welcome the new baby into their family in what is supposed to be a happy event. And then things went wrong. Then the alarms started pinging. The lights started flashing. The medical professionals started rushing in. And the question became, who lives and who dies? The mom's life is often at risk, and she may have other children she needs to care for. The baby's life may be at risk, and one or both may die. In that environment, the doctors and the family own that decision. Government has no place in that room at that point. And I think we need to understand when this late-term abortion gets bandied about, what you're dealing with is a tragedy.
How much will a personal injury
Oh,
attorney
late-term abortion.
Experienced personal injury attorney.
Confronted with a moment.
Why are they concerned
in which
about
they
other
have to
people's
make
state
what is
laws
probably
now?
going to be the worst
Everyone's
decision
always
of their
hopping back and
lives.
forth.
And to try to shove
Sometimes it's
the
okay,
state
sometimes it's not.
legislature into that room is really offensive
really morally wrong, and I just want to make very clear what Rhode Island OBGYNs tell me is the situation when these procedures have to be deployed. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Kennedy, I wanted to
OBGYN
ask
is
about
the birthing
in the
doctors.
2019 measles outbreak in Samoa. In July 2018, 2 children died immediately after receiving the measles vaccine that nurses had mistakenly mixed with a muscle relaxant. The nurses get charged with manslaughter, but vaccination rates go down. I asked you about this in my office. You told me
Manslaughter.
flatly that your visit to Samoa had nothing to do with vaccinations. We now know that's not true. I have the documentation. You met with the Prime Minister. You talked about vaccinations. You met with an anti-vaccine influencer who described the meeting as, quote, profoundly monumental for this movement. So what happens? Vaccinations go down. There's a measles outbreak and children start dying. But you double down. You didn't give up. Just 4 days after the Prime Minister declared a state of emergency, 16 people already dead. You sent a letter to him promoting the idea that the children had died not from measles, but from, quote, defective vaccine. You launched the idea that a measles vaccine caused these deaths. You are a very influential man. In fact, you are called the leader of the Disinformation Dozen. UNICEF and WHO, the World Health Organization, investigated this. They say the claims are false. It is not biologically possible what you claim. And yet, ultimately, more than 70 people died because they didn't get vaccines. So my question is, do you accept even a scintilla, just even a sliver of responsibility for the drop in vaccinations and the subsequent deaths of more than 70 people? Anything you do differently?
No, absolutely not. After the
I'm down to the atom.
which show
So
in 2015 and again in 2018,
if someone's gonna die that
the measles vaccine, that's what the New Zealand
is capable of holding a gun, you know,
government of Samoa banned the measles vaccine after 2018. I
prefer that being to be alive.
after the ban had been in place for a year.
Mr. Chairman, understanding that you wanted
And welcome to the battlefield,
and
everybody.
that I don't get to present all the facts and documentation I've got, how about if we just
Some
decide
people
to make
die
entries for the record
via
on
illness
exactly what the
on the
record
battlefield.
shows
Actually, a
about
lot of
Mr.
people died
Kennedy's
from that.
participation? And I think he's answered the yes or no question. He takes
We aren't all
no
motivated to keep everybody around. Remember, the more rare something is, the more valuable it is. So if you want to defund Nazism, we need people to respect the species.
I apologize that we're shutting you off for giving a full response right now. Senator Smith, and we are way over time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Kennedy, you have said that you want to give infectious diseases a break for about 8 years. You spoke about this with Senator
They all
Campbell.
have something to
My
ask.
question to you has to do with avian flu. Over 100 million birds culled. The disease has spread to dairy cows, and there are now 67 confirmed human cases and 1 death. So, Mr. Kennedy, do you intend to give research on bird flu a break?
I intend to devote the appropriate resources to preventing pandemics. That's an essential part of my job.
What do you think is causing the avian influenza?
I think the H5N1 virus is.
So that's good to hear, because in a recent book, I will submit this for the record because we don't have that much time, Mr. Kennedy has questioned the scientific basis for germs causing disease and the power of vaccines and antibiotics.
I've never questioned that, Senator.
Well, I will submit that for the record.
Thank you. Senator Warnock, 1 minute.
I like the way you said that to the Baptist preacher. Thank you so much, Mr. Kennedy. Based on our conversations, it's my understanding that you support work requirements in Medicaid. In 2020, President Trump approved a proposal from Georgia state leaders.
Now, he does like it or he doesn't like it. Is he speaking in reverse?
Bureaucratic hoops and fill out even more paperwork to verify work and get access to health care. I ask this as someone who represents a state that has not expanded Medicaid. Federal government, because of this waiver, spent $70 million on Georgia's Medicaid waiver. 82% of that went to administrative costs. The point that I'm making is that the folks that they're insisting need to work, 90% of those folks are working. They are caregivers or they have a disability. Let me give you one example. A woman I think of all the time, her name is Heather. She's a traveling nurse from Dalton, Georgia, who falls into the Medicaid coverage gap. Heather experienced a series of small strokes, leaving her unable to work full time. She's dedicated her life to caring for patients, but now she can't afford her own medical care.
Listen to how long they talk.
Because she doesn't make enough to
And then they want to
qualify
say he's
for tax
filibustering.
credits to buy private insurance. What does Heather need? Does she need work requirements? Or does she need access to health care so she can finally get healthy and get back to work?
The individual that you described would need health care and not a work requirement.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we are done with the questioning now. Mr. Kennedy, I apologize to you, to the audience, and to all of my colleagues to have to rush it here at the end. We have a vote on the Senate floor that they're going to close in about 3 minutes.
The Senate is voting.
For appearing before this committee. You have been accessible to the members and staff on both sides of the aisle of the Finance Committee throughout a rigorous process. I want the whole world to know that you spent hours in meetings answering questions outside of this hearing and providing documents and responses on issue after issue after issue. You've gone through the most thorough vetting process that any committee in this Congress puts anybody through. And I think that you have come through well and deserve to be confirmed. I would like to remind my colleagues that the deadline for submitting any questions for the record is 5 p.m.
I gave him a check mark and a crayon emoji.
Today. And Mr. Kennedy, we ask that you respond to those questions as quickly as you possibly can. With that, I'm going to leave you in this room and run over to vote. This hearing will be adjourned.
I mean, it sounds like it was all about babies and elderly, so.
What side of the issues you may be on. And Mr. Kennedy, I look forward to working with you.
Most people are too lazy to do this, but it saves homeowners a fortune. I've worked in construction.
Yeah. Closing in 3 minutes. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. So, I guess that's the end. We'll find out if they approve it. I think they are going to, though. Damn.
Mr. Kennedy, congratulations on your nomination.
This one is supposed to have already begun, but it is not yet here. (9:30 a.m., January 29th. It's 10:34. Like I said, sometimes we're on Hawaii time out here. Pacific Standard. Fucking. Oh, yeah. It's the 14th bill. So, it says Republicans introduce bill to end birthright citizenship. So it'll be. We could read through the Constitution, the bill. Ah, man. Better read the whole thing. But it's going to look something similar to the 21st, I believe. So, birthright citizenship. So the invasion beings are gone no matter what. But this is an entirely separate phenomena. You gotta be doing the USA Book of Law in order to be a USA citizen civilian. So, oh man. I guess let's go to the kitchen again. Might end this one soon. I was just uploading that to get my word out there because I'm on a site that is Crux News is not really that known. I said, let me get my word out. So maybe they're gonna let him finish up the vote. I gotta charge my phone. Here. Fucking thing is not starting. It's a celebratory moment, but fuck, dude, I don't know if I have the liver to be drinking right now. I've been hitting it heavy, so and moonshine. I just need a break in a moment. Let my liver repair, rejuvenate. Let's make America healthy again. Make America healthy again. I just eat out the bag like I'm a goddamn soldier on the battlefield. Shout out to the invasion. Shout out to the invasion, you guys. I just had cold hot dog. Cold raw hot dog. Now I'm having tuna out the bag. I'm sure they'd be losing their fucking minds. Everyone would be losing their fucking minds if an invasion being was living like this, but I'm not having anyone protest for me. Fuck, dude. And for everyone wondering about school shootings, this and that, stadium shootings, event shootings, whatever, guess what? Things are going to change. And I'm not saying in the way that you're probably thinking. Things are going to change. One, we're going to be all united, so that may change things up. But I also believe that stadiums, these huge fucking events, the crowded schools and all these beings being located in one single fucking location, you know, people used to be taught at home. And I just feel like all those locations are evidence of a time and era where there was absolutely no gun anywhere, apparently. You know, but now we're having these Nazis take it upon themselves to be trigger happy and fucking slave laboring, and we're all without weapon. We need weapon to eliminate Nazism. We need weapon in order to defend ourselves from invasion. And so I guess we're going to be having to flex a different time. Things are going to be smaller. Things are going to be more filled with who you knows instead of these randoms. You know what I'm saying? Everyone needs to OG the fuck up at the moment, because I'm fucking dead ass serious when I'm saying Revolutionary War II, Civil War II, World War III, the War for Freedom. I don't know how to make that any more clear. I'm not fucking around. I'm not joking. I'm not fucking trying to spook everyone or get y'all wound up. I'm letting you know that's fucking reality. So let's OG our fucking lives up. And we all have to fucking work together at the moment. And whatever knowledge you have, share it with your neighbors, share it with your family members. I'm constantly sharing knowledge here. That's pretty much what I continue to do on every single fucking live. So I feel like, people can take it upon themselves. So you can make things private and send it to someone. Just record yourself on your phone. If you don't have the memory, do it on here, make it private, and fucking either send it to them, email them, whatever. and you can share information without having to pay that fucking Nazi tax, that Nazi fucking stamp tax. You know, it's so fucking simp, dude. End the fucking Nazism, defund Nazism, and we're gonna all live fucking freedom. We're gonna live fun. I want resorts built. I want to fun. Defund Nazism, fun. That's what we're gonna be doing here. So I want resorts built. I want fucking fun located everywhere. Whatever you're talking about is fun. So ski resorts, snowboard resorts. Hopefully we get Greenland. That's what I would want to be doing there. And get this shipping going. End the fucking train crashes and the fucking plane issues. And we're gonna get to having fun so people can travel and locate themselves within the USA instead of building up someone's other fucking militia in some other fucking country on another continent while we're all left with nothing. I'm left with blow dryer when I should be having solar panels and my heater going. I'm sitting comfortable in my home, in my house, my structure. Those goose feathers must be pretty warm, dude. Because they're just standing out there. No sweater. Must be warm to be a goose. So this is not starting up. I don't know when it's gonna go. But I saw an interesting thing about crop circles today. It was on Y-Files. Some compilation video that was actually pretty good. It was like, God damn, this guy really knows his shit, man. He must have access to something. I don't know who he knows or how he does his research, but the videos are pretty... He does lives, but the videos are pretty, like, detailed, you know, as far as, like, the graphics and all that shit goes, or whatever, you know, the effects that he's adding in. And then the information to go along with it, it's like, I don't know, sometimes I'm like, how are you pumping these out this fast? But I guess it is kind of weeks apart sometimes, but if you scroll through his account, it's like, this is just all information that, this dude is a reader. He knows how to read. But I don't know if he knows something else. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he talks with people, but it sounds like a lot of it is like being read from something. I don't know what the fuck he has access to. It must be Google, and he uses it in a way that others don't. Because just not even the depth of the topic, but the topic itself being the topic presented is like, that's also knowledge. Because some of the stuff I haven't even fucking heard of. And then they come out with, you know, and these are the various different ones, but yeah, Y-Files comes out with fucking various content, dude. That's like, where did you even hear about this? It's crazy. And then to have the information following, but the crop circle thing, they're talking about how he has all this evidence showing that the crop circles are, you can tell if they're made by a human or if they're made by another being or something. And I've known about the node thing for a while, but it was all just read through. I've seen the stomping thing, and then I've seen that whole comparison because there's various videos on crop circles, and I pretty much concluded what he says is some of them are fake, some of them are real, some of them are like messages, and then some of them are mathematical, describing math. So I don't know. People are pretty intelligent, but yeah, a lot of times you see these walking lines, and then someone was trying to say, well, we pole vaulted. It's like, people, come on, you know, I don't believe that at all. I mean, a hydrogen balloon or something, or fucking, if they have something like that, a little blimp or whatever, or fucking, what is that, hot air balloon? I could see something like that, but their excuse was pole vaulting, so I just don't believe it. I don't know if they're trying to keep the hydrogen thing a secret, but it wasn't that intricate of a crop circle. It was literally just dots on the ground. I don't know. Maybe they're saying if we don't make it this fucking intricate, then you guys think it's you guys. So we gotta make some intricate ass fucking coded message and speak in math. Otherwise, there's no way to communicate. We're gonna think we're saying something violent. Maybe they are saying something violent with the math. I don't know. They're smarter than you. But if people are discovering that it is in fact math being described, then I guess I would kind of say, I don't know. It could be saying a lot with that, but he had a lot of them to share, and then a little bit more in-depth photos of the nodes. But I heard, so what I heard regarding the crop circle nodes is, I think I have it on the playlist too, is they'll bend at the node, whereas when human mammal makes it, it'll just crush the plant anywhere. But I've heard it bends at the node, and then the node will extend, have this rapid growth moment where it extends. But and then also when the aliens do it, the plant remains living, like it continues growing. And when the people do it, the plant dies off, or the crop dies off. And then he's saying some of the ones that are suspected to be alien will remain after the fucking plant is gone. So they might be telling us things about growing the plant. I don't know. Like, what do you want me to do? Smash the fucking whole field down and do some node thing that you're... I don't know. Like, I don't know how it's being smashed down, but it does something to the node. The plant grows straight instead of curved as far as like wheat goes and all this stuff. So I don't know if they're saying you're cropping out wrong or you're doing this wrong, you know. I don't know. At one point I was thinking, I wonder if this is other countries fucking up the crops, just fucking with the food, or like they want, they're struggling with food so they come out and make some crop circle, but they're saying the alien ones don't affect the crop in a negative way. And it looks like they might be saying you guys are doing this wrong. I don't know. But it was interesting to hear that the wheat, normally it's being pulled down, you know, towards the surface, and so it's bent or whatever. And then the ones that endured the crop circle were all growing perfectly flat. But they did continue growing. So they didn't take any food. They didn't destroy any food. So I don't know really what they want or what they're saying. And I don't know why this live isn't starting. It said 10:30, it's now 10:54. Maybe it's not going to start till 12:30. This is crazy. Crazy. Noodles, soup that hasn't been heated, a fork that hasn't been washed. I'm by far the worst pirate. I don't know what we're doing, dude. I might have to end this because this is gonna take too long. Oh, you know what I should do? First of all, let me do this. I don't know why I keep getting so cold. Let's go to the 14th bill. 14th bill, section 1, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges Section 3 superseded by Section 3 of the 20th Amendment. The 13th Amendment was ratified. Oh wait, that was another one there. Okay, the 14th Amendment was ratified on July 9th, 1868, 1868. So 3 years after the Civil War, Civil War I ended and Abraham Lincoln was killed. So this one has star, yeah. Section 1, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. So that's all talking about abridge. It doesn't say no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States. It doesn't say of new citizens. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property. Doesn't this all sound like doesn't that mean you should be getting housed? Without due process of law. Remember, this is the book of law, so if you're not following the book of law, you are fucking committing a crime here. You are, in fact, committing a crime. Nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Once the war is over, this will all make sense to you guys. But I have to just keep citing the invasion that I'm allowed to defend the country against any sort of invasion. And then this one says, representatives shall be apportioned among the several states according to their respective numbers, counting the whole number of persons in each state, excluding Indians not taxed. So there's something there. But when the right to vote at any election, so they're only saying this is to end birthright citizenship. I don't believe it's to end the entire bill or any section, it sounds like either. It's just, sounds like one line is being adjusted here. And remember, it's not the founding fathers or Abraham Lincoln that signed this. So, all persons born or naturalized in the United States, birthright. All persons born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are not citizens of the United States and are not citizen and of the state where they reside, and not from the state where they reside. The rest reads exactly as it reads. That's how I'm seeing that adjustment. So we'll see what they present. Can't miss a fucking thing here. Gotta go lay down, otherwise I'm gonna keep hitting this damn thing. It's cold in this motherfucker. Welcome to global warming. The globe is warming, you guys. Are you feeling it? No, I'm feeling fucking freezing. Are you feeling it, Mr. Krabs? Are you feeling it now? Constitution of the United States, the only keeper of people. The people. Alright, I'm gonna go sit down. I think I'm gonna end this because I don't want to keep holding this fucking thing up and not have any discussion to share, but we just got through the 14th bill. The section that's questioned. I'm in love with an emo girl. All I want is an emo girl. I'm in love with an emo girl. All I want is an emo girl. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ever struggled to get a credit card when you have
Oh, he's busy signing an act here.
Simply download the app and apply for
Acts belong on the stage.
As you make monthly payments to your account,
That's how I see that. Acts belong on the stage. I think Abraham Lincoln was the one to share that one. That reality. Acts belong on the stage, yo. So I guess President Abraham Lincoln is evidence we did have guns. Rockets, red glare, bombs bursting in air. And it was the civilian population. Civilian War I. Civilian War II. War II. God was a girl, the devil wore a t-shirt. Love is a game and they were kissing in the bleachers. I don't want to be without you, but I'm here. screaming by myself. Naturalized. God was a girl. Naturalized. To get back to you.
For the whole thing? Yeah. Well, I mean, once he's talking. Once he's talking? Yeah. Okay. I can do that. KFC has 5 rolls for $5 each. Like the new national logo design. The Korean mac and cheese bowl. Even the famous bowl. This calls for a song. Quebec and Toronto. 5 KFC original bowls, just $5 each. Yeah. I'll think that runs this unit. Yeah. So whenever I'm thinking of that, yeah. I didn't know that when President Trudeau came in Canada, everybody takes it. It's just like a area of big stuff.
Oh man. The Lake and Riley Act. Some girl got raped on her college campus while she was jogging. Her parental producer called her multiple times, 9 times, and no answer. The Nazi militia was then dialed up and they found a dead body. The after the fact beings were called up and they found dead body on the ground. You'll be my bloody Valentine tonight. I'm just gonna have to lay down. Game over. Yeah.
Before we begin, I want to provide a brief report on the unprecedented success our country has been witnessing in recent weeks. Since even before the election, we've been making extraordinary progress. The American people gave us a clear mandate to save our country, and we won all 7 swing states by large margins. Historic. Very importantly, we won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. Also, all 50 states, as you know, shifted toward the Republican Party, and that's never happened before. All 50, every single one of them. In our first week in office, we set records, taking over 350 executive actions. That's not been done before. And it has reportedly been the single most effective opening week of any presidency in history. We want to keep it that way. We want to keep it going. We're broken from decades of failed Washington policies and restored common sense and sanity to our government. We've unleashed American energy, and we've already achieved record low illegal immigration. As you see, nobody tried to get in. And that's what we've been waiting for a long time, and gotten woke ideologies out of our government and out of our military. The water has now begun flowing in California as we continue to increase the flow in coming days. Nobody's seen anything like that. And we've also taken
He
strong
just said
action
war.
to regain control of the Washington bureaucracy. Just for clarification purposes, because it was incorrectly reported yesterday.
I think he thinks a Nazi Mexican fucking started the fire.
For many years,
Probably knows.
if they're working for the federal government, they must show up to the office on time and on schedule. We don't want that. We don't want them to work from home because, as everyone knows, most of the time they're not working, they're not very productive, and it's unfair to the millions of people in the United States who are in fact working hard from job sites and not from their home. As federal employees, they must meet a high standard. They're representing our government, they're representing our country. If they don't agree by February 6th to show up back to work in their office, they will be terminated, and we will therefore be downscaling our government, which is something that the last 10 presidents have tried very hard to do but failed. Most of the people we're talking about have not been going to their federal offices in many, many years, from even before COVID. But they have nevertheless been paid. Some have worked, some haven't worked, and most of the studies say that some have just gone through the motions. We may ask these people to prove that they didn't have another job during their so-called employment with the United States of America, because if they did, that would be unlawful. As you understand, a lot of people are getting paychecks, but they're actually working other jobs, so they'll have to prove that to us that they weren't. In any event, we're requiring them to show up to work or be terminated. We think a very substantial number of people will not show up to work, and therefore our government will get smaller and more efficient, and that's what we've been looking to do for many decades, frankly.
That's dope to hear.
In addition, there was a short-term pause or funding freeze on certain discretionary spending payments, such as government grants, only for us to quickly look at the scams, dishonesty, waste, and abuse that's taken place in our government for too long. As was explicitly
Trying to hold him near the speaker.
this in no way affected Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, or other entitlements that Americans depend on. I've made abundantly clear from the very first day that I ran from office, that was a long time ago now, that's 2015. If you think about it, I announced in 2015 and we won in 2016. We did very well in 2020, but we did really well just recently.
Medicaid, Medicare.
Restating right now to correct
Social Security will not be affected.
purposely and somehow for whatever reason created Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid have not been affected by any action we're taking in any way, shape, or form. We are merely looking at parts of the big bureaucracy where there has been tremendous waste and fraud and abuse. In that process, we identified and stopped $50 million being sent to Gaza to buy condoms for Hamas. $50 million.
Wow.
And you know what's happened to them? They've used them as a method of making bombs. How about that? We stopped an attempt to make an illicit payment for illegal alien resettlement. We canceled $181 million in DEI training contracts. This is just for the training of people in DEI, which has been terminated, completely terminated. And we paused $1.7 billion in unauthorized payments to foreign organizations, including stopping more than $40 million that was on its way out the door to the very corrupt World Health Organization, which has not done its job and not done it properly. We also blocked $45 million for diversity scholarships in Burma. 45, that's a lot of money for diversity scholarships in Burma. You can imagine where that money went. These were the types of payments and many others. I could stand here all day and tell you the things that we found. We have to find them quickly because we want the money to flow to proper places. But these were the payments and types of payments affected by the temporary freeze, and the American people strongly support these efforts. I talked about it during the campaign, and they voted for us in record numbers. Every single day we're now putting America first and fighting to get the most out of every single tax dollar for our great citizens. We gathered this afternoon to take another historic action. However, in a few moments, the Laken-Riley Act will become the very first bill that I proudly sign into law as the 47th President of the United States. Lakin was a brilliant and beautiful 22-year-old nursing student from Georgia, the best in her class. She was always the best. They would say, Lakin, how do you do this? And what do you do? They were always asking her questions. She was respected by everybody, even her teachers. They respected her so much from the time she was in first grade. Lakin knew she wanted to spend her time caring for others. That's what she did. To her friends and classmates, she was a light of warmth and kindness every single day. To her parents and family, she was everything in the world. They had a miserable period of time. Just after 9 a.m. last February 22nd, Lakin went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia, but she was just never returned. She never came back, did she, huh? Parents are here, sister, all of her relatives. While on her run, Lakin was attacked, viciously assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and murdered by an illegal alien gang member who was set loose into our country by the last administration. We are deeply honored to be joined today by Lakin's parents, Allison and John, and her sister, Lauren. Thank you very much. So sad.
Oh, man.
Right after that happened, and
Someone that could have been healing people.
a tremendous tribute to your daughter. What's
Potentially.
taking place today? That's all I can say. But
Knowledgeable
so sad
enough
we
to
have
get to
be doing
college.
it all. Thank you very much for being here. To Lakin's family, we will keep Lakin's memory alive in our hearts forever, everyone's hearts. With today's action, her name will also live forever in the laws of our country, and this is a very important law.
I just don't want these fucking invasion beings
Democrats and Republicans together. That's not easy to do. Lakin did it.
adding to our stats, dude.
America will never ever forget Lakin Riley, the vicious criminal who murdered Precious Lakin, was an illegal alien member of the barbaric Venezuelan prison gang known as Tren de Aragua. He trespassed across our southern border in 2022 and was apprehended by Border Patrol, but under the cruel policies of the last administration, instead of being deported as he should have been, he was released into the United States.
Release.
Millions of other people, many of them very dangerous people. And you see what we're doing, we're getting the hell out of here.
Which is why I believe the judges are in on the invasion. All these Nazis are in on it.
In New York City on charges of endangering a child, but because of New York City's deadly sanctuary policies, as we have in California and many other places, which we're going to end them. He was released again to reoffend. The Biden administration then provided this illegal alien criminal with a free, taxpayer-funded flight from New York to Georgia, where he was arrested yet again, constantly, this time for stealing from a Walmart along with his gang member brother, who was a bad one. Only after being released the third time by the U.S. law enforcement did this cold-blooded criminal go out that fateful morning, hunting for women on whom to prey. That's what he did. He hunted. It was like a hunter. We're going to show him who the hunter is. This horrific atrocity should never have been allowed to happen. And as president, I'm fighting every single day to ensure that such a tragedy never happens again. We don't want this to happen.
A hunter, human mammal.
Under the law I'm signing today, the Department of Homeland Security will be required to detain all illegal aliens who have been arrested for theft, burglary, larceny, shoplifting, assaulting a police officer, murder, or any crime that results in death or serious injury. In addition, for the first time ever, this act gives state governments the ability to sue the federal government for immediate injunctive relief if any future administration ever again refuses to enforce the immigration laws of the United States like happened for 4 long years.
Felt like fucking forever.
And that was happening for 4 long years, frightful years. Amazing. You'd say, how can people do this? How can they allow this to happen? How can they allow criminals to pour into our country and then try and defend it? And they're still trying to defend it, but they can't. That's why I'm here instead of somebody else, actually. It's the biggest reason. I believe it's the single biggest reason. Inflation was horrible. Many things were horrible during that administration. When you look at what took place in Afghanistan, the way they got out, not that they got out, but the way so many things were horrible. But to me, this was the worst of all.
They have USA weapons in Afghanistan now.
Today, it's going to save countless innocent American lives.
And vehicles.
I want to thank every House Republican, every Senate Republican, as well as the
Taliban.
Senate Democrats and the 48 House Democrats who voted to pass this vitally important bill, and many of them are with us today, and I really do appreciate it. And I very much especially appreciate the bipartisan support. The Democrats, really a big percentage of them came through, and plenty of them wanted to. They probably felt they couldn't, but they really wanted to. That they don't understand that would have made them a lot more popular, would have made them a lot better with their people. The ones that didn't are going to be, they're going to be sorry, because the people are not going to forget that they wouldn't sign. This is a perfect, incredible tribute to an unbelievable young lady. We're joined today by many great supporters of our new strong border policies, and they are indeed strong, including Vice President Vance, thank you, JD, Secretary Scott Bessent, who just got approved, by the way. Where's Scott? He just got approved. Scott, I'm very impressed. Got a lot of Democrat votes. You got a lot of Democrat votes. It's great. I don't know, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I'll have to think about that. Secretary of Homeland Security, who's going to be fantastic. I know her so well, and I know it's probably not complimentary because she is a woman, but she is tough. Where is she? Where is Christy? Christy. Wait, stand up, please. You have such an important job to do. Thank you very much. Don't let that look fool you. That look is, she's tough, and she cannot stand that she's having to sit here and even listen to this today. Another one who's done a job like nobody that I've seen in a long time.
Isn't this crazy? We have to sign in a fucking bill because of these invasion beings. And not just an act, but soon to be a bill into the USA Bill of Rights.
What's happened? It's like just shut down. Nobody knows even possible. It's just shut down. They showed an area that a year ago had thousands and thousands of people rushing into our country, and today there was nobody there. It was like a beautiful sight. And also Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso, great guy. Thank you, John. I also want to thank the bill sponsor, Senator Katie Britt. Katie, thank you, Katie. And Congressman Mike Collins. And Mike, you were fantastic from Georgia. You took this, he loves his state, and he took this very personally. So it's, thank you very much, Mike. As well as Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley. Chuck is here sometimes. Chuck, thank you very much. And House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan, who's a special guy, a special man. And House Homeland Security Committee Chairman Mark Green. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mark. And we have many other congressmen and senators, but I'm not going to introduce because this is about your daughter. This is about something that's so important, and we're going to just go along. Thank you also. We have to say Bert Jones is in the room, and Bert is your lieutenant governor, and he was on this, you would believe. Thank you very much. I see you sitting there. Thank you very much.
Getting things done, you guys.
Everybody, most of them are in the room or represented in the room, and they're incredible people, and I've never seen them come together like they have for this. I've done many of these, not of this kind, but different bills, different passages having to do with many different things, from homeland security to inner security to taxes to 50 different items. I've never seen such support as you have today, and as your great daughter has today. So I've never seen anything like it. And we have to thank your daughter for that, because she's going to save a lot of lives. She's going to be responsible for saving a lot of lives. So I'd like to just say to the Angel families, I've been with them and they've been with me from 2015 when I first got this crazy idea in my head to run for president because we can do better as a country. I want to thank so many of the people that are here that have been the Angel Moms, and we call them Angel
I
Moms.
can't
but they're
believe what
Angel
it looks like
fathers,
right now.
sons, daughters, but they've suffered.
When I was riding on Amtrak, it just looked fucking chaotic everywhere.
Thank Alexis Nungari, the mother of 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari, murdered last summer by two illegal alien gang members released into the United States by Joe Biden's open border stupid policies. And thank you very much, Alexis. Thank you very much. We had an amazing trip. It was really special to meet you and your family. Appreciate it very much. So sad we have to be here, right? And Jocelyn, as you know, is in our hearts, and she was there. It was an amazing day. We had a great day. But it was a day of celebration of somebody that unfortunately won't be with us. But she is with us now, you know that. Here also is Patty Lauren, the mother of Rachel Lauren, killed 2 years ago by an illegal alien who was let into our country by the last administration's ridiculous, weak policies. Open border, can you imagine? When I heard open border, I said, oh, that's terrible. They're going to release their prisons all over the world. They're going to release their prisons into our country. That's exactly what happened. Patty is joined by...
They're releasing their fucking prisoners and we have open borders.
Sister-in-law Shannon, thank you all for being
Step one was accomplished. Now we need to move forward with reannexation.
Kayla Hamilton, a 20-year-old girl murdered in July 2022 by the MS-13 illegal alien gang member who was violent, vicious, and they didn't do anything about it. And I want to thank you to Kayla's mother Tammy and her grandmother Kathy and her stepfather Jeremiah very much. And finally, I want to thank others who also suffered this scourge that goes on. Young people being killed, and other people too. Young people, largely young people being killed. Thank you to Scott Root, the father of Sarah Root, killed at 21 years of age. Think of that, 21 by an illegal alien, shouldn't have been in our country.
The list just keeps going of these dead beings that fucking endured murder of these goddamn, from these goddamn invasion beings.
Courage and your strength. It's the toughest thing anybody has to go through. Many of the Angel families here today were betrayed by the last administration, and with this heartless and foolish and really very, very arrogant and very, very dumb policies. Policies that aren't even believable when you talk about common sense. I say we're the party of common sense, but the Democrats also, they have plenty of common sense, and that's why so many are here today and so many supported what we're doing. The very government that was supposed to protect their daughters instead opened our borders and transported the world's most dangerous criminals straight into their communities. They came from prisons and jails and insane asylums.
But then they want to enslave our own USA population. How can you guys say this is not an invasion?
They come from every continent, and they came here by plane, and they were loaded on the buses, and they were driven right up to a border, and they drove right through the border, and nobody even said a word to them. And in those buses and those cars and those trucks were some of the meanest criminals anywhere in the world. As of last September, 425,000 illegal alien criminals were roaming free, including 13,099 convicted illegal alien murderers, of which about almost 50% killed more than one person, and they were moving around the country in farms and cities. Under unbelievable time. A year ago, think of this, the number of illegal border crossers has already fallen by more than 100%. And because the election was coming, they started getting a little bit tougher on the border. They tried to follow our policies, and they did much better, but it still was horrible. The numbers were still horrible, so that's 100% over those. They only did it because of the election, so they knew what they were doing.
So he's saying it's even better than the past 4 years because they started pre-gaming the election.
Every time all you have to do is turn on your television set.
And you know why? They want to adjust those stats.
Read any form of new media, because we have a lot of new media.
But he still gets to say it's down 100%.
They're watching these people be captured and removed from our country. ICE have risen by 15 times in just a short period. And over the past 8 days, the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol, and we can never forget Border Patrol, those people are going to know so many of them. Our border czar, as you remember, never went to the border and never made a phone call. She was the border czar. She never made one phone call. They went to the heads of border. They went to the heads of ICE. Did you ever get a call? No. And she admitted she never made one call, but she was the border czar. And that's exactly what our border was all about. The heroes of ICE arrested thousands and thousands of illegal alien criminals, including hundreds of gang members, traffickers, child predators, terrorists, and murderers. For the first time in history, we're loading dangerous and illegal aliens into military aircraft and flying them back to the places from which they came. You probably read about Colombia.
Graciously.
They said, no, we're not taking them. They said, we're going to take them. You're going to take them. You're going to like it, too. You're going to take them. They talked about we're not going to take people that are in shackles. I said, well, people that are in shackles are murderers, drug lords, they're rapists, very tough people. They make our criminals look like very nice people. That's about the only thing that comes out of this. They say, could you imagine you're a pilot on the plane and you have your co-pilot, you're sitting there and you have 150 people, no shackles, and they like to murder people. This would not be a good flight. So actually, Colombia apologized to us profusely within an hour, based on something I said, meaning you're going to pay tariffs like nobody's ever paid tariffs before, but they actually wanted to terminate his position.
Colombia has 1 hour to apologize.
They were very angry with them, but they actually said they were going to send the presidential plane to pick up these criminals and to bring them because they didn't want to inconvenience us or have us do a second flight, and that's what they did. And I appreciate it, and I do appreciate the people of Colombia are wonderful people, and the representatives really acted well. I appreciate that they took back that tough talk, but we may have tough talk from others, but it's not going to mean anything. They're going to all take them back, and they're going to like it too. They're going to like it. They're going to take it back, and they're going to like it. Today, I'm also signing an executive order to instruct the Departments of Defense and Homeland Security to begin preparing the 30,000-person migrant facility at Guantanamo Bay. Most people don't even know about it. We have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people. Some of them are so bad we don't even trust the countries to hold them because we don't want them coming back, so we're going to send them out to Guantanamo. This will double our capacity immediately, right? And it's a tough place to get out of. Today's signings bring us one step closer to eradicating the scourge of migrant crime in our communities once and for all. And it was just just an unforced error that we even have to be doing this. Now we need Congress to provide full funding for the complete and total restoration of our sovereign borders, as well as financial support to remove record numbers of illegal aliens. And these are illegal alien killers, criminals at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And you would have known that, and you were there when I said it. I said everybody that's bad is going to be thrown. If you look at Venezuela's crime is down 77% because they've taken their gang members, their prisoners, their drug dealers, their drug lords. They've shipped them all into the United States. Many other countries, their crime is way down, and our crime is not doing well. But we're going to have it do really well very soon. We're shipping all these people back where they came from. And now signed the Lincoln-Riley Act. I would like to ask Lincoln's really incredible mother, who I've gotten to know. A very sad day, I got to know her. But this is an amazing tribute to an amazing young person. And if you could come up, Allison, and say a few words, that would be great. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank Senator Katie Brett for her diligent bipartisan work to get this bill through the Senate. We'd also like to thank Congressman Mike Collins for his unwavering passion and for leading on the Lincoln-Riley Act.
I want everyone to make sure you're being extra fucking careful right now. I'm telling you, it's fucking war. And we're all on the battlefield on a planetary fucking level. So,
We also want to thank President Trump.
OG your life up, fucking stay indoors, whatever your hustle is.
Forget about Lincoln. And he's a man of his word. I trust that he will fight for the American people.
Man.
Most importantly, I want to thank our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, because without his sacrifices, Lincoln's story would have ended on that horrific day that she was taken from us. But because of him, we can continue living knowing that we will see Lincoln. There's no amount of change that will ever bring back our precious Lincoln. Our hope moving forward is that her life saves lives. We're so thankful that her passion for helping others and her legacy for doing good in the name of Jesus Christ will carry on. Thank you.
Shit. So, yeah, for some reason it takes someone to die in order for us to move forward. I'm tired of that being the fucking history timeline of our country. Taking these L's in order to fucking do something. I'm allowed to defend with an attack.
The first time you try bounce, it hits you. Your laundry feels way fresher.
At this point, it's just gonna be fucking defense.
Bounce on the finance guy? Will it make
It's embarrassing.
Bounce can't do it all.
There we go. And it's signed, you guys. It's official. Someone asked him something. He said he doesn't feel it's appropriate to be responding right now. All right. I'm hoping we'll be defended from here forward as a country and as a individual citizen. I'm not looking at numbers. I'm down to the atom. So everyone matters to me. Oh man, imagine how many fucking years it would take to, how much effort, all the effort required as a parent, as a parental producer, and as a country. The effort of raising the offspring and educating the offspring and bringing them to awareness of reality. And they're gone. Now they're in another universe. We don't get them. They survived somewhere where apparently the invasion was being taken care of. She woke up from her bad dream and gets to live in her heaven. Remember, there's an infinite amount of identical universes, so it's very possible she's in a location where everything looks the same, but she's still... Pretty much, we lost a consciousness to our universe, is how I see it. The consciousness has located itself in a similar, identical universe. And because we couldn't get our fucking shit together, this being is now enduring in existence in a location that has their fucking shit together in what they consider, what their consciousness considers ideal for existence. Chair, pull house, press.
Fraud.
Pressing.
Not just now, but always. And you have to, it's hard to be open to just how
On interest rates.
how broad the possibilities are for an economy. You know, no one saw the pandemic coming, and it was, it changed everything.
Yes, this is important. I don't know.
Things happen, and
I don't know if it's really that important. Interest rates are just regarding house loans. When federal government cuts their interest rate, I guess banks can cut a better deal, and so when interest rates come down here, interest rates go down on your loans from the banks. I think the government issues loans too, so that might have something to do with it, like the competition thing. Jogging. Fuck, dude. Imagine you're trying to get your endorphins flowing in a natural way. And someone comes up that's not even fucking from here. Because we can't get our fucking shit together as a country. Oh, man. College educated, gonna become a nurse, possibly jogging, getting endorphins going, fucking educated and fucking all ready to vote. You guys don't want to take care of your own, this is what's gonna happen.
And housing services, the way it's calculated for PCE, you see that coming down pretty steadily now, and that's the place where the remaining gap is. In addition, a big part of the overrun, as you will know, was from non-market services, which don't tend to send much signal. So you can look through all that and think, okay, that then we seem to be set up for further progress, but being seen to set up for it is one thing, having it is another. So
I can't believe this Colombian fucking president, he has less than an hour now. I should have set a timer.
But our goal is 2%, and we do need to get back sustainably to 2%.
And in terms of the labor market,
They said he has 1 hour to apologize.
Broadly, you said a broad set of
Otherwise, there's going to be tariffs sent directly to him. And I want to know what's the issue here. So, they said they're upset about how their citizens were delivered back to the country. So, either A, you are admitting that this is your citizen, or B, you're getting involved in how Americans are treating Americans. So why all of a sudden are you concerned about how Americans are treating Americans? Or why are you fucking now concerned about your citizen civilian? Why didn't you fucking take care of them before they left? Or was this all part of some fucking invasion hustle?
Have to find a job. If the job finding rate, the hiring rates have come down.
Either you mistreated them to the point that they fucking bailed on you, or you sent them out on some military fucking mission to invade the USA. You can't have it both ways here. It's either your citizen or it's an American citizen.
I'd say we watch those things quite carefully.
And to be focused on just one group of beings, this is a hell of a time for everyone to start ignoring melanin production, huh?
When you've got an unemployment rate that has been pretty stable now for a full half a year.
Edward.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. On employment, you said there's a broad range of possibilities, but last September you said, quote, "We understand that there's been quite an influx across the borders, and that has actually been one of the things that's allowed unemployment rate to rise. Now that the flow of the border has slowed and we're seeing deportations, how do you expect the unemployment rate to react?"
So what's happening is that the flows across the border have decreased very significantly, and there's every reason to expect that to continue. And so the job creation has come down a bit too. So if those two things come in together, that sort of can be a reason for the unemployment rate to stabilize. There's a break-even rate as population growth slows. The break-even rate that you need in new jobs to big jobs for workers declines as well. So that seems to be something about what's happening. You do see a very flat unemployment rate at a time when you've seen significant declines.
I don't really want to listen to this because, I mean, I can look that up in just a moment. But, what is that fucking song called? Let's listen to this song. So, I want to read through the bill actually. Let me just read through it in my head. Otherwise it takes me too long. Or giving aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. Yep. So you don't really need to know the rest. They're going to repeal the 14th bill. It's a section. It's a line in a section of the 14th bill, which I agree with. And the reason I agree with it is because it says state in there. And my concern with state is people speak it in various ways. There's State of the Union, and then there's state boundary lines. How are the beings speaking that wrote that bill, the 14th bill, how are they speaking compared to how the founding fathers were speaking? The founding fathers, I believe, are speaking in State of the Union. So when you read through this, that's why I don't like these fucking new bills, because it makes things sound, it's like they're trying to manipulate the Constitution up, but state boundary line does not have the ability to make their own law. That's a Confederate ideology, okay? State of the Union. If the country's in a state of war, then you can have a bill that says, well, when we're in a state of war, just like the fucking third bill here, nor in time of war, all right? I believe that's what it says. No soldier in time of peace be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war. So, that tells me that depending on what the State of the Union is in, if it's in a state of peace or a state of war, laws can be different depending on the bill that's signed in to law. Yeah, and this is my evidence right there, the third bill, if you don't get what I'm saying. I'm going to tell you. But then the 14th bill comes along after final USA President Abraham Lincoln's death. The 14th bill comes along, and they're talking about state now, state this, state that. Well, you know, so are they talking about state of war, state boundary lines? I want it out either way. I don't think you should be considered a citizen if some invasion being is fucking birthing you on the battlefield. And I'm allowed to cite Article 4, Section 4. Just like I said, the country is in a state of war, and I want to hear him say that. He said something about California is in a war.
That's 2015. If you think about it, I announced in 2015, and we won in 2016. We did very well in 2020, but we did really well just recently. And I'm restating right now to correct any confusion that the media is purposely and somehow, for whatever reason, we're looking at parts of the big bureaucracy with method of making bomb, 181 million, and we paused. 1 point was on us. We also university scholarships in Burma. These were the types of payments, but these were the payments and type, and they voted for us in record numbers. For our great citizens, we've gathered this afternoon to take another historic action. However, in a few moments, the Laken-Riley Act will become the very first bill that beautiful 22-year-olds, and what do you think Laken knew? She was single room. 9/8 came back, did she? Viciously, so we're deeply honored.
So she's from Georgia.
It's
Fuck, dude.
tremendous tribute to your daughter, what's taking place today. That's all I can say, but so sad we have to be doing it at all. Thank you very much for being here. To Laken's family, we will keep Laken's memory alive in our hearts forever, everyone's hearts. With today's action, her name will also live forever in the laws of our country, and this is a very important law. This is the vicious criminal who murdered Precious Laken was an illegal alien member into the United States, as were millions of other people, many of them very dangerous people. And you see what we're doing, we're getting the hell out of here. He was soon arrested again in New York City on charges of endangering a child, but because of New York City's deadly sanctuary policies, as we have in California and many other places, which we're going to end them. He was released again to reoffend The Biden administration then provided this illegal alien criminal with a free taxpayer-funded flight from New York to Georgia, where he was arrested yet again, constantly, this time for stealing from a Walmart along with his gang member brother, who was a bad one. Only after being released a third time by the U.S. law enforcement did this cold-blooded criminal go out that fateful morning hunting for women on whom to prey. That's what he did. He hunted. It was like a hunter. I'm going to show him who the hunter is. This horrific atrocity should never have been allowed to happen. And as president, I'm fighting every single day to ensure that such a tragedy never happens again. I don't want this to happen. Under the law I'm signing today, the Department of Homeland Security will be required to detain all illegal aliens who have been arrested for theft, burglary, larceny, shoplifting, assaulting a police officer, murder, or any crime that results in death or serious injury. In addition, for the first time ever, this act gives state governments the ability to sue the federal government for immediate injunctive relief if any future administration ever again refuses to enforce the immigration laws of the United States, like happened for 4 long years.
I'm gonna end this one and then start another one up because it's getting kind of long here. I'm hitting 200 something minutes, 71. Peace out, and I'll be right back because I got something more to